Chapter 788. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiao Yan had refined He Mu's soul fragment. Under the frightening temperature of the heavenly flame, He Mu's soul fragment was quickly refined. At the same time, an enormous energy once again filled Xiao Yan's vortex. Wave after wave of energy swiftly circulated within Xiao Yan's spacious veins. It followed the Qi method route of the flame mantra for one cycle before being refined by the heavenly flame. Finally, it entered the vortex space. With the support of this enormous energy, Xiao Yan's peak advanced 2-star Do-Di aura once again rose. Half a month later, Xiao Yan's strength had successfully advanced to a 3-star Do-Di. However, this was not the end. The interior of the vortex still contained nearly half of the enormous energy. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily rejoice. It was said that the ginseng spirit root was a top-notch training treasure. Unexpectedly, just a thread of He Mu's soul fragment actually contained such a powerful energy. If he was able to completely refine this energy, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to reach the intermediate 3-star Do-Di level. Time quietly flowed by during this continuous refinement. At this moment, the weather on another continent outside of the Yuanwu continent had changed. Do-Chi continent, Central Plains. The current Do-Chi continent was even more prosperous than before. A countless number of experts continued to rise on the continent. Various experts from all walks of life were like bamboo shoots after a rain as they swiftly stood on the continent. Being the most prosperous region on the Do-Chi continent, the Central Plains had witnessed all of these changes. Currently, there were many experts standing on the Central Plains. Various factions had risen, causing the originally bustling Central Plains to have an additional livelier atmosphere. The strongest faction on the Central Plains was naturally the Sky Mansion Alliance. At this moment, the name of the alliance no longer existed. However, this enormous being still existed in everyone's hearts. There was no other reason other than the appearance of an ultimate expert within this faction who had once saved the entire continent. The Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. Falling Star Pavilion. At this moment, an old man with white hair and an elderly face was seated in the hall of the Falling Star Pavilion. He was chatting with a middle-aged man. From the looks of these two people, they were surprisingly Xiao Yan's teacher, Yao Lao, and his father, Xiao Zhan. After so many years, the two of them had become much older. There was no need to mention Yao Lao, but there was an additional white hair on Xiao Zhan's temples. However, his face had become much more rosy. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, outside the hall, a woman with a delicate figure like a young girl slowly walked into the hall. She came to the side of the two of them and filled their cups with tea. Hee, Sun Er, aren't you in Wutan City? How come you have the time to come here? Seeing Sun Er suddenly enter the hall, the expression on Yao Lao's old face was involuntarily startled. After which he asked with a smile. Sun Er had undertaken a retreat for a long time after the little fairy doctor and Kai Lin had left one after another during these past few years. Sun Er's strength had already reached the advanced 9-star Do Shun class. The number of people on the entire continent who could contend with her could be counted with one's fingers. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with love when he looked at Sun Er. Soon after, however, Xiao Zhan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily asked in surprise. Sun Er, your strength has broken through to the advanced 9-star Do Shun class? Yao Lao by the side involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when these words sounded. His eyes swept over Sun Er's body. He involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Sun Er's pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright redness when she heard the teasing words of these two old men. She habitually shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands. I am merely lucky. The two elders in front of her teased her after these words left her mouth. Soon after, Yao Lao seemed to have suddenly recalled something. He did not look at Sun Er as he softly asked, Xiao Xiao Xiao? She has been practicing that Qi method during these years. She should have reached the bottleneck of the 2nd level, right? Xiao Zhan's eyes hardened when he heard Yao Lao's words. He involuntarily looked at Sun Er. Sun Er curled her red lips and smiled. In that case, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances before her words sounded. Their faces revealed some doubt. Given that girl's talent, she should have reached the second level by now. Why was it that, Xiao? Actually, she had already broken through to the third level 2 months ago. What? The faces of the two old men involuntarily revealed a shocked expression after these words were uttered. They had originally thought that it was already very good for Xiao to be able to practice that qi method to the second level. However, they did not expect that the surprise that Xiao had given them was much greater than they had imagined. I really did not expect this. This girl's cultivation talent is even more terrifying than her father's. Yao Lao's weathered face immediately revealed a surprised smile. However, when he mentioned Xiao Yan in his words, Xiao Zhan and Sun Er could not help but become silent. It had already been over 10 years since Xiao Yan had left. There was no news of him. How could their hearts remain calm? Sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Yao Lao could not help but be slightly startled. He awkwardly smiled and hurriedly said, "That's right, where is that girl Xiao now? Could it be that she is still in seclusion? Pursuing strength is indeed not a bad thing, but blindly cultivating may not be a good thing. You don't have to worry about this. I have already told Xiao. She herself understands that Xiao has already come out of seclusion a week ago and entered the magical Beast Mountain range." Yes, Yao Lao was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly paused. He could only secretly say in his heart, this is the same as Xiao Yan back then. Northwestern continent, Jiama Empire, magical Beast Mountain range. Deep within a dark valley, there was a rotting coffin and a pretty figure within a dense purple-black poison fog. At a certain moment, the woman's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. Central Plains continent, 9 serene deep ground python tribe. Undercurrents flowed under the 9 serene spring. In the endless void, within the ancient void dragon tribe's dragon tomb, the dragon aura was vast and mighty. A pretty figure, who had been seated cross-legged for a long time, trembled slightly at this moment. Above the dual emperor abyss in the Central Plains. All of a sudden, the calm space began to churn violently like the surface of a lake where a boulder had been thrown. Ripples of space began to spread out in all directions. In an instant, rolling thunderclouds covered the horizon, shrouding the entire Central Plains. TSK. This is the Do Chi continent. Chapter 789. The process of Xiao Yan refining He Mu's spirit remnant within the mountain cave continued for a full month. Only today was He Mu's spirit remnant completely refined and absorbed by Xiao Yan. His strength had also successfully reached the middle level of a 3-star Do Di, just as Xiao Yan had expected. The energy within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body was gradually completely refined. From the looks of it, the D calamity was about to arrive. After successfully advancing to the Do Di class, the D calamity should have arrived a long time ago. However, Xiao Yan had always been in a breakthrough state. Therefore, the D calamity did not descend for a long time. Currently, He Mu's spirit remnant had been completely refined. The energy within He Mu's ginseng spirit root had also been completely absorbed by Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, the D calamity was about to arrive. However, just as the final wisp of energy within the vortex within his body entered his qi paths, Xiao Yan once again smiled. Since his current condition was not bad and there was such a good opportunity, why not try to break through by another star? If he was lucky, he might even be able to break through to a 5-star Do Di. Xiao Yan opened his eyes. A glint flashed deep within his dark black eyes. Just as the final wisp of energy within the qi paths within his body was about to enter the vortex, Xiao Yan flipped his hand. A jade bottle immediately appeared in his palm. With a slight shake, he crushed the jade bottle. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance spread out, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. This medicinal pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill, the Extreme Transformation Pill. This was something that he had obtained from Zhao Xian during the auction in Yen City back then. Zhao Xian was also the first elite Do Di that Xiao Yan had killed. After taking out the Extreme Transformation Pill, Xiao Yan did not hesitate as he swallowed it into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, the enormous Do Chi energy within the vortex that had just disappeared once again became filled at this moment. However, Just as Xiao Yan was preparing to once again enter his training state, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His eyes rotated slightly as he seemed to have an idea in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and the soul bead between his brows, which had clearly become much larger, suddenly trembled intensely. Wave after wave of enormous spiritual strength immediately lingered and agglomerated within the mountain cave. Finally, it transformed into 9 incarnations. Following the increase in Xiao Yan's strength, the strength of these 9 incarnations had also reached the 1-star Do-Di level. If they were to merge into one, their strength would likely not be inferior to Xiao Yan's actual body. It must be said that as his strength grew, the 9 revolutions incarnation technique's miraculous effects also became more and more obvious. With a flick of his finger, 9 rays of light immediately flew out from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Each of them lingered around the lower abdomen of an incarnation. These 9 rays of light were surprisingly 9 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all middle-grade spirit stones. These 9 spirit stones were obtained by Xiao Yan after he had killed the 5 huge apes in the desolate ancient remains back then. There were 2 spirit stones in each huge ape's body. The 5 of them added up to 10 spirit stones. At this moment, after removing these 9 spirit stones, Xiao Yan still had 1 spirit stone left. Adding the countless number of low-grade spirit stones in his storage ring, the current Xiao Yan could be said to be extremely wealthy. If one were to count it in this way, it was likely that just the wealth of Xiao Yan alone was comparable to any one of the 4 large sects. After taking out the spirit stones, the 9 incarnations began to train. The milky white light on the spirit stones flickered faintly. Soon after, energy pillars were formed one after another. They followed the bodies of the incarnations a few times and finally merged into the bodies of the 9 incarnations. After such a long period of training, the auras of the 9 incarnations grew increasingly powerful. Compared to Xiao Yan's actual body, the cultivation of the incarnations was undoubtedly much simpler. Not only did they not encounter any cultivation bottlenecks, the energy they required was also much simpler. Regardless of whether it was Do Qi or Genesis Qi, as long as they had sufficient energy to support them, their strength would swiftly soar. Of course, no matter how powerful they were, an incarnation was ultimately an incarnation. At the very most, their strength could only be balanced with the actual body. Even so, they were still a great help to the current Xiao Yan. The existence of the 9 incarnations could at least reduce the weight of the 9 Do-Di experts for Xiao Yan. 9 Do-Di. This was considered an extremely powerful force even in the entire Western region. Just Xiao Yan alone, including his actual body, would be able to deal with 10 Do-Di experts at the same time. If news of this spread, wouldn't the entire continent be shocked? Upon seeing that the 9 incarnations had officially entered a cultivation state, Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and divided his attention into 2 tasks. On one hand, he borrowed the heavenly fire to refine the medicinal pill in his body, while on the other, he controlled the 9 incarnations to absorb the energy within the spirit stones. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, over 4 months had passed. Within Xiao Yan's body, the pure energy of the extreme transformation pill swiftly spread out under the fierce refinement of the heavenly fire. Wave after wave of enormous energy also gathered toward Xiao Yan in an uncontrollable manner. After passing through Xiao Yan's body, it was refined by the heavenly fire before finally merging into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the extreme transformation pill that was lingering within Xiao Yan's vortex was originally the size of a longan. At this moment, it was only the size of a grain of rice. The strength of the extreme transformation pill was about to be completely exhausted. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the intermediate level of a 4-star Do-Di. At the same time, the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect in the Shilin region finally began to move. After nearly 5 years of silence, the strength of the young master of the Zhua clan among the 4 great clans had already broken through to the initial level of a 4-star Do-Di. None of the younger generation members within the 4 great clans could compare with him. Of course, this was only on the surface. At the very least, Bai Zhan from the Bai clan was not weaker than him. In fact, he was even a little stronger than him. It was just that no one was aware of all of this. The 4 great clans of the Shilin region all headed toward the Shilin mountain range without any prior agreement. Among them, the younger generation members of the Bai and Sun clans did not participate in this operation. The reason given by the Bai clan was that Bai Zhan was still in a retreat. As for the Sun clan, no one opened their mouths to ask. However, everyone understood in their hearts that this had caused the members of the Sun clan to feel quite awkward along the way. In the end, everyone chose to remain silent. Unknowingly, the Sun clan, which was ranked last among the 4 great clans, had fallen some distance away from the other 3 clans. This perhaps indicated the position of the Sun clan. The 4 great clans used a month's time to travel from the Shilin region to the Shilin mountain range. This was basically due to the fact that the members of the group were not all elite Dodi. In order to maintain the overall strength of the group, the upper echelons of the clans were extremely helpless. Just as the members of the 4 great clans arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range to the west, the extreme transformation pill within Xianxia's body within the mountain cave had finally been completely refined. The aura of Xianxia's body appeared quite powerful. If one were to carefully investigate, one would find that Xianxia's strength had already reached the advanced level of a 4-star Dodi. Moreover, unlike ordinary training, the Do Qi within Xianxia's body did not show the slightest sign of emptiness. With the help of the medicinal pill's strength, Xianxia's strength had already completely stabilized at the advanced level of a 4-star Dodi. Finally, the D-tribulation finally descended. Chapter 790. While Xianxia's strength had broken through to the advanced 4-star Dodi level, a calamity was about to unfold on the distant Do Qi continent. Do Qi continent, Central Plains. The Central Plains, which had been bathed in bright sunlight a moment ago, was covered by dark clouds that filled the sky a moment later. The entire Central Plains was covered in darkness. There was no light in the world and everything appeared to have lost its life force. The entire world had lost its original luster. The invisible space above the dual emperor abyss began to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, a clear shattering sound akin to a mirror shattering appeared. A dark black spatial tunnel was suddenly formed in the empty space. Soon after, 2 human figures stepped out one after another. The human figures wrapped in black fog stood proudly in the sky. Their eyes swept over the densely packed human figures below as though they were looking at a group of ants. Their eyes were filled with disdain. TSK, this is the Do Qi continent. It is indeed a place where trash stays. There is not even the slightest trace of Genesis Qi in the air. Such a barren land is actually able to give birth to experts. How laughable! One of the 2 human figures extended his hand and grabbed the empty space in front of him. He involuntarily let out a cold laugh as he sensed the mottled energy in the empty space. The other person by the side also voiced his agreement. However, soon after the cold laughter from the mouths of these 2 people sounded, a strange pressure enveloped their bodies. This pressure did not affect the others. Instead, it only pressured these 2 people. It was as though the world wanted to expel the 2 of them. This is merely a barren land. It is unexpected that this world would actually restrict us in such a manner. It has caused the strength of this venerable self to be suppressed to that of a 1-star half-D. How annoying! A low furious curse was emitted from the black fog. However, the disdain in his heart was not reduced by the slightest. At the same time, the various factions and everyone in the Central Plains threw their gazes towards the 2 people who had appeared in the sky at this moment. The hearts of quite a number of experts involuntarily trembled when they saw the strange black fog that lingered around the 2 of them. Their hearts involuntarily recalled the frightening faction that had similarly shaken the Do Qi continent back then. Soul Race. The upper echelons of the Falling Star Pavilion, Pill Tower, Burning Flame Valley, and the 5 ancient clans all spat out these 2 words in unison. At the same time, within the magical beast world, the leading ancient Void Dragon tribe, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 serene Deep Ground Python tribe also turned their eyes towards the Central Plains. These 2 human figures, who were wrapped in a black fog, had suddenly appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, the space above the Central Plains twisted again. This time, It was in the space 1,000 feet away from the two strange figures. A short while later, a middle-aged man in violet gold robes and another middle-aged man in linen robes appeared in the sky at the same time. Immediately, the crowd below could not help but cheer when they saw the two of them. What? It's Lord Dragon Monarch of the ancient Void Dragon clan. And the clan leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan. With these two sirs stepping forward, they can forget about creating trouble here regardless of who they are. That's right. They should take a look at whose territory this is if they wish to act presumptuously in the Central Plains. The Sky Mansion Alliance. These two fellows really do not know their limits. Following that, the crowd below began to mock and ridicule the two black figures. Indeed, other than Xiao Yan, these two people in front of them were the strongest people on the Do-Chi continent that everyone had seen. As long as the other party was not an elite Do-Di, it was impossible for them to pose any threat to the two of them. Other than Xiao Yan, how could there be another elite Do-Di on the entire Do-Chi continent? Hence, the pressure in the hearts of everyone below was greatly reduced when they saw Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan appear. However, reality was always like this. It would always use the cruelest method to shatter their understanding of the things in front of them. Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan exchanged glances with each other after they appeared. Both of them saw the grave expression in each other's eyes. Other people might not be able to tell, but how could they not be able to tell that these two strange fellows, who were surrounded by a black fog, were clearly stronger than them? Earlier, the both of them were unable to tell just how strong these two fellows were given their strength. Usually, there were only two explanations for such a situation. Either the other party was too strong or they were ordinary people without any strength. However, from the looks of it, these two people were clearly not ordinary people. After all, being able to rely on their own strength to cover the entire Central Plains in darkness was something that even they would find extremely difficult to achieve. Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan carried an incomparably grave emotion in their hearts as they respectfully cupped their hands together towards the two people 1,000 feet away. May I know why the two of you have descended on the Central Plains? The other party had arrived in a ferocious manner. They had covered the entire Central Plains with darkness the moment they attacked. They really did not think that these two people were good people. TSK. Two ants actually have the qualification to question us? The appearance of this scene in the sky caused countless people below to be stunned. Who would have imagined that the Gu Yuan duo would actually be so respectful towards these two people given their strength? Most importantly, they actually dared to shamelessly insult them. This had really overturned their understanding of the Gu Yuan duo's strength. Humph, why are you saying so much nonsense? Our time is limited. It is more important to find the key as soon as possible. The other human figure urged. The person in front nodded heavily upon hearing this. Immediately, a pair of shady old eyes within the black fog looked towards the Gu Yuan duo and said in a deep voice, "Humph, since the two of you are the strongest people on this continent, let this venerable self ask you, where is the two ancient gods' jade? Hand it over now and this venerable self can consider not killing you." Clamor. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the world who knew about this matter had a change in expression. Their hearts were filled with shock. They never expected that the aim of these two fellows would actually be the two ancient gods' jade. The greatest use of the two ancient gods' jade was to open the two ancient gods' cave. However, the two ancient gods' cave had already been opened back then. Hence, the two ancient gods' jade had also lost all its value. In the end, it was kept by Xiao Yan. However, they never expected that the aim of these two people was actually the two ancient gods' jade. Chapter 791. Within the mountain cave, Xiao Chen's body, which had been sitting cross-legged for 5 years, finally relaxed completely at this moment. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. His body twisted slightly and a wave of firecracker-like crackling sounds were immediately emitted from within his body. After his body relaxed, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at the 9 incarnations around him. After a few months of continuous training, the strength of these 9 incarnations did not disappoint Xiao Yan's expectations. Currently, the auras of the 9 incarnations had all reached the middle stage of a 2-star Do-Di. This was a little higher than Xiao Yan's expectations. This was indeed very good. Smiling with satisfaction, Xiao Yan's heart moved and he recalled the 9 incarnations. At the same time, the 9 spirit stones, which had dimmed slightly, were also stored into Xiao Yan's storage ring. Compared to a low-grade spirit stone, the energy contained within a middle-grade spirit stone was much larger and purer. This allowed a middle-grade spirit stone to be used many times. It was not like a low-grade spirit stone where not only was the energy mixed, but the amount that could be truly used was also pitifully small. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's body flashed. In the next moment, the black-robed Xiao Yan had already appeared at the top of the cliff of this snowy mountain. A Dodi was really frightening. With the support of the Sky Extinction Step, Xiao Yan's current speed had already reached an unimaginable level. A 4-star Dodi of the same level would definitely not be a match for Xiao Yan in terms of speed. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at the sky. A pair of dark black eyes flickered. His gaze directly penetrated through the endless mist above and reached the top of the sky. Finally, right above the white mist, he saw a thundercloud that was churning intensely. Emperor's Tribulation. Sorry for making you wait for so long. Now, let me experience just how frightening an Emperor's Tribulation is. A faint smile was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He gently twisted his body. After which, he raised one of his hands high above his head and gently curled his finger at the thunderclouds above the clouds, making an action that appeared to be provoking them. Rumble! Xiao Yan's actions seemed to have truly angered the thunderclouds. Immediately, a rumbling sound was emitted from above the clouds. The thunderclouds churned and their aura was vast and mighty. The frightening loud sound caused the mountain range below to tremble unceasingly. On the other side, deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tian Ying's group of 4 had also discovered the activity here. What's going on? What's that sound? The flame lion frowned as he looked towards the hinterland of Shilin. Just now, he had clearly heard a roar of thunder that made him feel uneasy. Could it be that someone is refining pills? Is it Xiao Yan? That's not right. We have all seen Xiao Yan concoct pills before, and the pill lightning he triggered did not possess such might. This lightning doesn't seem to be something that can be triggered by a pill. Could it be? Tian Ying furrowed his brows. He seemed to have thought of something. After all, they had been baptized by that thing not too long ago. If it were not for the Emperor Tribulation pill, they might not have been able to survive. You mean, this is the Emperor's Tribulation? It is extremely likely. Other than that great person, there is only Xiao Yan in the hinterland of Shilin. However, that great person's strength has already reached the Dodi class. Other than her, there is only Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan has broken through to the Dodi class. Immediately, the faces of the 4 people revealed a shocked expression. If this was really the case, Xiao Yan's training speed was really too frightening. 5 years. In less than 5 years, Xiao Yan's strength had actually leaped from a 6-star Bandi to a Dodi. How could anyone accept this? This kind of speed was equivalent to an increase of 1 star every year. This fellow is a demon. No, not a demon. He is a demon. The few of them involuntarily laughed out loud. At this moment, an earth-shaking thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky above Xiao Yan's head in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. Bang! Before the thunderbolt arrived, its frightening aura caused the entire place to tremble. Even the mountain range below appeared to have been startled as it continued to tremble. However, Xiao Yan, who was currently on the mountain peak, was unusually calm. It seemed that he did not sense much strength from this Emperor's Tribulation. As a precaution, Xiao Yan flipped his palm and a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. This Emperor Tribulation pill was something that Xiao Yan had successfully refined during his first attempt at refining a D-tier medicinal pill. Although it was his first time refining a medicinal pill, its quality was not inferior to the one that Xiao Yan had given to Tian Ying and the other 3 previously. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and swallowed the Emperor Tribulation pill when he saw the thunderbolt descending. The Emperor Tribulation pill melted the moment it entered his mouth and turned into a warm current. It flowed along Xiao Yan's throat and rapidly entered his body. Soon after, it released a huge amount of energy. It passed through Xiao Yan's internal organs, bones and meridians, forming a layer of jade-green protective film. Finally, it passed through Xiao Yan's body and formed a layer of jade-green energy barrier around Xiao Yan's body. With the support of the Emperor Tribulation Pill, Xiao Yan immediately felt a little more confident. Although he did not know why this thunderbolt looked so strange, since he had swallowed the Emperor Tribulation Pill, no matter how strange it was, Xiao Yan had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly. His feet heavily stomped on the mountain peak. Immediately, his entire body shot towards the sky like a spring and faced the descending thunderbolt. Bang! Xiao Yan's punch seemed to have used all of his strength. He had used all of his strength on one point. Such a punch was even more frightening than some Do skills. However, after Xiao Yan threw his punch, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yan caused him to be stunned. He saw that the incomparable thunderbolt had actually been forcefully blasted apart by his punch. The first Emperor Tribulation had been easily destroyed by Xiao Yan in this manner. The scene in front of him caused even Xiao Yan to be involuntarily stunned. He had never expected that this frightening thunderbolt, which countless number of elite Do-di would never be able to forget, would appear so weak in his hands. However, soon after, Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something. The Emperor Tribulation itself was indeed extremely frightening. However, those who faced it were usually some ordinary one-star Do-di. When had there ever been someone like Xiao Yan, who had actually forcefully reached the level of an advanced 4-star Do-di after stopping his training? Facing the Emperor Tribulation with such strength in addition to the Emperor Tribulation Pill would naturally not cause even the slightest pressure to Xiao Yan. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh out loud. It was unexpected that the strength of the Emperor Tribulation was actually only this much. It was impossible for it to change because of the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. In this way, would Xiao Yan not benefit from it? Cuckoo, this Emperor Tribulation is not a living thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would be depressed to death. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh softly in his heart. After which, he once again raised his head and looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. At the same time, a large group of humans were also cutting their way through the Shilin mountain range. After killing quite a number of magical beasts that blocked their way, they were getting closer and closer to the deeper parts of the Shilin mountain range. Chapter 792. The Central Plains of the Do-Chi Continent. Countless numbers of people lifted their heads at this moment. Their eyes looked at the 4 human figures in the distant sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan knit their brows tightly as they stood in the sky. They exchanged glances with each other and felt a grave feeling in their hearts. They had never expected that the other party's aim was actually the 2 ancient god Jade. Moreover, they had threatened them with their lives the moment they opened their mouths. From this, it could be seen that this god Jade was extremely important to them. However, the reality in front of them was that they were unable to take out the 2 ancient god Jade. It was fine if the god Jade was still around. However, the key point was that the 2 ancient god Jade had already been kept by Xiao Yan. It had become an inconspicuous accessory in his storage ring. Following the departure of the Flame D, the god Jade had naturally been taken away by Xiao Yan. Forget about them being unwilling to hand it over. Even if they were willing, they were unable to take it out now. After a short dozen breaths, the faces of the 2 figures under the black fog had already turned gloomy. The dark clouds that shrouded the entire central continent suddenly rolled at this moment, imperceptibly indicating the mood of the 2 figures at this moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, a couple of rays of light swiftly flew out from the various cities below. Finally, they stood beside Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan. These people were surprisingly the members of the Sky Mansion Alliance from back then. The first elder of the Pill Tower, the ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley, and even the tribe head of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, Yao Ming, were all present. Within a short dozen breaths' time, over half of the elite Do Shengs on the Do Chi continent had gathered in the sky. This was especially the case for the elite Dou Shengs who had come from the Xiao clan. There were over a dozen of them, and all of them were high-class Dou Shengs. This lineup could be said to be the strongest alliance in history. Who are these two fellows? Could they be the descendants of the Han clan? Xiao Qin knit his brows tightly as he stood beside Gu Yuan. After being stimulated by the Dou Di bloodline, Xiao Qian's strength had also advanced at a great speed during these few years. In terms of strength, he was not the least bit inferior to Gu Yuan. In the entire Dou Qi continent, the only person who could cause him to feel fear was this dragon emperor from the dragon tribe. I don't know, but looking at their hideous appearances, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's them. But how could they become so strong all of a sudden? Even if they were lucky enough to escape from the soul world, there's absolutely no reason for them to become so strong in just over 20 years. Sigh, it's useless to say anything now. What's important isn't why they're so strong, but that we're no match for them at all. Gu Yuan used the corner of his eyes to sweep over the crowd behind him. The expression in his eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw Sun Er. Given the current situation, even he did not have the confidence to deal with the two of them. How could Sun Er be here? It did not matter what these old fellows did. However, if anything happened to Sun Er, regardless of whether it was him, her father, or Xiao Yan, he would not be able to answer to them. Sun Er, what's wrong with you? Tisk tsk, this must be Gu Sun Er, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan. Tsk. These are the strongest people on the Dou Qi continent. However, at this moment, a burst of ear-piercing strange laughter suddenly came out from the two ghost-like black fog. However, the moment the laughter fell, the other person followed with a sinister laugh and said, "That's right. That's right. That's right." Unfortunately, an ant is ultimately an ant. Quickly hand over the two Shi ancient god Jade. Otherwise, this venerable self will turn the entire Dou Qi continent into a river of blood. Shameless boasting. Remnants of the Hun clan. Back when Hun Tiandi was still around, your Hun clan was also completely exterminated. Now, with just the two of you remnants, you actually dare to dream of slaughtering the entire Dou Qi continent. Really? Bang! A 5-star Dou Sheng from the crowd in the sky stepped forward with a disdainful face after the words from the cluster of black fog sounded. A frightening aura spread across the sky. Originally, he thought that the two of them would not be able to do anything with Gu Yuan's group present. Unexpectedly, his body and even his soul had turned into a cluster of blood fog amidst an unknown explosion before the words from his mouth sounded. This scene had occurred so suddenly that even Gu Yuan's group did not manage to discover it in time. By the time they recovered, that 5-star Dou Sheng, who possessed quite a high position in the Central Plains and whose strength could be said to be at the top, had already turned into a cluster of blood fog that scattered with the wind. A mere ant actually dares to speak such presumptuous words. You are really seeking death. What about all of you? Have you thought it through? Hand over the two Shi ancient god Jade and this venerable self might spare your lowly lives. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his. Disdainful words were once again emitted from the black fog. The expressions of everyone in the sky involuntarily changed again and again. The strength of these two people in front of them was really frighteningly powerful. If they did not cooperate with them, it was likely that the Dou Qi continent would really face a calamity today. What should we do now? The god Jade is not in our hands. We cannot take it out even if we want to. The ancestor of the Pill Tower spoke with a solemn expression. We have no choice. Let's first tell them the truth. Otherwise, the ending will not be changed. Gu Yuan helplessly shook his head. This was the truth in front of them. If they did not cooperate with these two fellows, the entire continent would be buried in a sea of blood because of a two Shi ancient god Jade that no longer existed on the Dou Qi continent. This was not something that they were willing to see. Everyone mused for a moment before agreeing with Gu Yuan's thoughts. However, the two clusters of black fog descended into deep thought after Gu Yuan informed the two of them of the whereabouts of the god Jade. The two Shi ancient god Jade is with Xiao Yan. This is also within our expectations. As long as those fellows from the western region are able to capture Xiao Yan, the god Jade will still belong to us. However, if we return empty-handed, will the promise that Sir has made to us still count? The two of them quietly schemed. Their ultimate goal was still their own good. Even if we are unable to bring the God Jade back, we can still threaten Xiaoyan to hand over the God Jade if we are able to bring his woman back. The two of them did as they thought. Two invisible forces surged out the moment they recovered. They instantly controlled Sun Er in the crowd on the opposite side. The enormous strength was just like a large invisible hand that tightly held Sun Er's lovely body. Regardless of how she struggled, it was useless. Sun Er. At this moment, Gu Yuan in the crowd was suddenly startled. However, before he could act, Sun Er's lovely body had already been pulled to the front of the two clusters of black fog. However, it was also at this moment that an enormous energy light pillar shot to the sky from 3 different positions on the Do-Chi continent at the same time. It was just like a pillar that supported the sky as it shot into the clouds. The entire Do-Chi continent shook at this moment. Chapter 793. Deep within the Shilin mountain range stood Tianying's group of 4. With the original strength of the 4 of them, the strength of the 4 of them had advanced to the Do-D class after they had absorbed the 5-star Do-D class monster core. Currently, the strongest person among the 4 of them was none other than the leader, Tianying. Due to his good luck, his cultivation had coincidentally broken through to the initial 2-star Do-D class. After these few years of training, Tianying's strength had completely stabilized. Yanshi and Xionggang had also relied on the monster core to reach the advanced 1-star Do-D class. Xionggang was even a little stronger than Yanshi and was close to the peak of the advanced 1-star Do-D class. As for Bao, his strength was only at the intermediate 1-star Do-D class. Although his cultivation was still the lowest among the 4 of them, his heart clearly understood that if it was not because of Xiaoyan and these 3 people in front of him, he would still be that 9-star Do-D even if he was given another 10 or dozens of years. Hence, Bao's heart was completely grateful to the 3 people in front of him. Of course, the person he was most grateful to was none other than Xiaoyan. After a couple of years of interaction, the relationship between the 4 of them had swiftly become closer. The distant feeling that the 3 of them had toward Bao back then had already been completely erased. The long river of time was always able to smooth all the edges of the world. The estrangement that the 3 brothers originally had toward Bao had also gradually disappeared during these few years of interaction. They were just like 4 sharp rocks that had sunk to the bottom of a river. After a long period of grinding and colliding, the edges between them were smoothed out and finally became smooth. At this moment, the 4 of them were standing shoulder to shoulder in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. They were standing at the highest point of a mountain peak. Their eyes were focused towards the south. There were occasional waves of thunder at that spot, causing one's heart to tremble. However, at a certain moment, the leader of the 4, Tianying, suddenly frowned. Soon after, the originally calm expression on his face gradually became grave. At the same time, the other 3 beside him had also discovered something. The 4 of them faced each other. After which, they slowly turned their bodies and looked towards the north. From their senses, they could sense that there was a large strength that was swiftly heading in their direction at this moment. They didn't come with good intentions. However, from their auras, they were able to determine that these people were all humans. Moreover, with their current strength, they could clearly sense that there were as many as 8 elite Do-D in this group. Such a team, without including the group behind them, was enough to sweep through the entire Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was without the addition of Lung Bingshuang. After all, with the latter's frightening strength, a so-called elite Do-D was no different from an ordinary bandit in her eyes. They don't come with good intentions. Be careful. Tianying's tone was solemn as he instructed. The 3 people beside him also nodded solemnly. They did not think that such a large group had entered the Shilin mountain range for fun. A short moment later, a large group of human figures appeared in the distant sight of Tianying's group like a dark cloud. The closer they were, the more the 4 of them could sense an invisible pressure. It was just like an enormous beast pouncing toward them. Even the air they breathed in had become much heavier. A short while later, this group of people had already appeared 1,000 feet in front of Tianying's group. Both parties looked at each other from a distance. The atmosphere appeared quite pressuring. The four of you should be the owners of this Shilin mountain range, right? A middle-aged man in black robes with the emblem of the Hua family embroidered on his chest clasped his hands at the four people from Tianying. He glanced at them one by one and asked with a smile, "Brother Tianying, what do you think?" For Elite Do Di. This was exactly the same as the information they had obtained a couple of years ago. Hearing this, the eyes of Tianying's group swept over the four groups of people on the opposite side. This was especially the case when their eyes noticed the person leading the group. The expression on their faces involuntarily became increasingly grave. Other than the group wearing white robes, the strength of the person leading the group was at least a 4-star Do Di. There was even a group led by a white-robed young man. There were even 2 4-star Do Di in the group. That young man was one of them. At a certain moment, Bao's eyes swept over the group of white-robed leaders. The expression in his eyes involuntarily hardened. Tianying's group did not recognize them, but it did not mean that he did not recognize them. After all, he had left from the other party's territory. The leader of the white-robed group was the head of the Bai clan, Baiing. "May I know why all of you have brought so many people to my Shilin mountain range?" Tianying did not dare to be careless in his heart when faced with this group of people. 8 elite Do Di. This kind of lineup was not something that they could deal with. It would naturally be best if they did not fight. "Cuckoo, the four of you should not misunderstand. We are not here to fight with the four of you. Instead, we are here to find a person, a human." At the end of his words, the person from the Hua clan who had spoken earlier did not forget to emphasize that the person they were looking for was a human. Tianying's group of four immediately raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. The four of them swiftly exchanged glances. Their hearts felt quite grave. All of them knew that Xiao Yan had quite a number of enemies in the outside world. From the meaning behind the words of this person, the target of this group of people was clearly Xiao Yan. "I'm sorry, we do not have the person you are looking for here. The Shilin mountain range does not welcome any humans. Please leave if there is nothing else. Forgive me for not sending you off." Tianying's eyes turned around. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the person from the Hua clan opposite him and spoke in a serious voice. That elite Do Di from the Hua clan frowned when he heard this. They had clearly seen the change in expression on the faces of Tianying's group of four earlier. How could they believe that Xiao Yan was not here? "The four of you, we know that that fellow has used the Emperor Calamity Pill to exchange with all of you in order to hide here. How about this? We can also give you the things that you need. For example, spirit stones or even high-class Do techniques. All you need to do is tell me where Xiao Yan is currently hiding." Suddenly, the white-robed Zhuolin took a step forward. He stared at the four people opposite him with a smile that was not quite a smile. At the same time, he waved his hand. Immediately, quite a number of spirit stones and chi methods and Do techniques floated in the air. They slowly jumped, appearing to be beckoning to Tianying's group of four. Tianying's group of four completely ignored this. The reason why they were able to break through to the Do Di class was because of Xiao Yan's efforts. Trying to bribe them with just this little benefit was really looking down on them. "I have already said that the person you are looking for is not here. The Shilin mountain range is not a place where you can randomly behave atrociously." This time around, Tianying's tone was much gloomier. Following his thought, all the magical beasts within the mountain range were summoned and swiftly swarmed toward their current location. In the blink of an eye, they formed an enormous encirclement that surrounded the people from the four great clans. Just this aura alone suppressed the people from the four great clans. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are unwilling to speak, don't blame us for attacking." That elite Do Di from the Hua clan opened his mouth once again. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura instantly swept out from his body. It transformed into an invisible storm that swiftly covered the entire place. In merely an instant, the aura that was agglomerated from a countless number of magical beasts was suppressed by him alone. A group of ants actually dares to act presumptuously in front of this D. A disdainful snort sounded. Soon after, This elite Do-Di from the Hua clan was about to attack. However, at the next moment, a thunderous sound was suddenly transmitted from deep within the southern sky. The swiftly circulating Do-Chi within the middle-aged man's body also paused at this moment. His eyes hardened slightly as he lifted them and looked towards the southern sky. Chapter 794. Do-Chi Continent, Rumble. The light pillars that suddenly rose caused the entire Do-Chi continent to shake intensely at this moment. Every life form in every corner of the continent turned their eyes to the 3 light pillars that shot to the sky. Regardless of where they were, they would definitely be able to see the 3 light pillars as long as they were on the Do-Chi continent. The 3 light pillars that shot into the sky. What happened? The hearts of everyone in the central plains, including the 2 black figures, were filled with shock. This sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. This was especially the case for the 2 black figures. Their bodies, which were wrapped in the black fog, could not help but tremble slightly. This was not because there was anything special about the 3 pillars of light. Instead, the instant the pillars of light rose, they could clearly feel that the world's pressure on them had become even more tyrannical. This also meant that they did not have much time left. Damn it, what exactly has happened? Why has the pressure of this world suddenly become so much stronger? A furious curse was emitted from the black fog. They had never imagined that the restriction of this world on them would become even heavier. If they did not leave this place as soon as possible, it was likely that they would face quite a lot of trouble. The 2 of them moved as soon as they thought of doing so. They intended to step into the spatial tunnel behind them. However, it was also at this moment that 3 extremely powerful auras simultaneously descended on the central plains. You can leave if you wish to. Leave them behind. A cold cry was emitted. From the sound of it, the other party was clearly a woman. At the same time, a bewitching figure wearing a tight red dress appeared a short distance in front of the 2 clusters of black fog. The beautiful woman slowly revealed her body from the space. She coincidentally entered the spatial tunnel and was blocked. From the looks of it, she was undoubtedly Kai Lin. The 2 of them were startled. They once again looked over. The eyes within the black fog involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Bendy, a quasi-emperor has actually been born on this desolate continent. If Xiao Yan was able to do so before, he will also be able to do so in the future. Humph, even if there is, so what? A mere bandit would only be able to barely protect themselves in the Yuanwu continent. Moreover, with just her alone. What? In the black fog, before the 2 of them could finish their conversation, the space beside the flirtatious woman distorted again. Then, 2 women whose figures and appearances were not inferior to the former appeared. Of these 2 people, the one on the left wore a purple-gold, tight-fitting dress that outlined her perfect figure. Her pretty face had a cold and indifferent expression at this moment. Her pair of purple eyes stared at the 2 black figures opposite her. Killing intent surged from the depths of her eyes. This woman was the current Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Ziyen. As for the one on the right, she was wearing a plain dress. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a straight nose. On her forehead, there was a black lotus flower blooming like a living creature. This woman was undoubtedly the fairy doctor. However, compared to back then, the current 3 women could be said to be completely different. They were very different from back then. The strength of the 3 ladies had broken through the shackles of the 9-star Do Shun class and had successfully stepped into the Bandi class. They were all top experts in the entire Do Chi continent. Today, however, they did not expect such a thing to happen on the Do Chi continent while they were breaking through. Although they did not know just who the other party was, the fact that they had captured Sun Air was sufficient to cause them to turn their weapons against each other. Who are you people? Put her down and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, you will die. The faces of the 3 ladies were ice cold. Their tone was indifferent. Each of their words contained an endless iciness. The 2 people within the black fog involuntarily frowned when faced with the 3 women in front of them. It would be fine if they were only facing a single quasi-emperor. However, the crux of the matter was that they were facing an entire 3 quasi-emperors. Coupled with the fact that the pressure from this expanse of the heavens and the earth was growing heavier and heavier, it wouldn't be beneficial to them if they continued to stay here. Charge over. The three of them have just broken through to the Band D class. Their auras are still unstable. With the Do skills that we have grasped, we will definitely be able to charge over as long as we use our full strength. At that time, we will report this matter to the higher-ups. We might be able to obtain even greater benefits. The two people within the black fog quietly muttered. However, they already had an answer in their hearts in the blink of an eye. TSK. That's right. Additionally, with her in our hands, these three women will be afraid of attacking us. Let's see if they dare to kill us. A pair of eyes within the black fog glanced at the unconscious Sun Er by the side. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cruel arc. It seemed that he really wanted to see the other party's expression when they wanted to attack but did not dare to. In the next moment, these two people controlled Sun Er. Their bodies moved as they charged toward Kai Lin and the other two ladies. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to fight to the death with them. However, the subsequent collision caused Kai Lin and the other two ladies to continuously suffer losses. Kai Lin and the other two, who should have gained the upper hand, had to be careful each time they attacked because of Sun Er. Hence, Kai Lin and the other two were unable to gain the slightest advantage even after nearly 100 exchanges. This caused the three ladies to feel extremely furious in their hearts, but they also felt extremely helpless. After a couple of exchanges, the three ladies discovered that the other party's strength might be similar to theirs, but the Do skills that these two people used were clearly stronger than their Tian class Do skills. These two people did not seem to be from the Do Chi continent. This thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the three ladies. The appearance of these two people was extremely sudden. Regardless of whether it was their origin or their strength, no one on the Do Chi continent knew about them. These two people seemed to have descended from the sky. It was also because of this that the three of them would not allow these two people in front of them, who were neither human nor ghost, to take Sun Er away no matter what. However, after 100 exchanges, these two people took the opportunity to gradually approach the spatial tunnel. By the time the three ladies focused their attention, these two black figures had already controlled Sun Er and arrived in front of the spatial tunnel. TSK, you are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, what use is there? Two clusters of black fog swiftly entered the spatial tunnel while accompanied by a sharp, strange laughter. At the same time, they kidnapped Sun Er. Kai Lin and the other two ladies' faces turned cold as they attempted to give chase. However, they could only watch as the spatial tunnel was sealed. Chapter 795. At this moment, the depths of the Shilin mountain range were surrounded by two factions. One side was the humans, who were divided into 4 groups. All of them stood in the air and looked at the 4 people on the opposite mountain. The other group was the 4 people opposite the group of humans, as well as the countless magical beasts surrounding them. They surrounded the group of humans in the middle. A terrifying aura filled the area, and the atmosphere in the air was unusually solemn. From the looks of it, it seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. However, at this moment, in front of the human side, the few leaders all looked past the 4 people on the opposite side and looked at the distant southern horizon. The sky at the end of their line of sight was a sheet of white paper. It did not seem to be any different, but the strange thing was that just a moment ago, the leaders of the 4 clans clearly heard the sound of thunder coming from that direction. Furthermore, they were not the only ones who heard this sound. Even the group of clan disciples behind them heard it clearly. That thunderous sound is, someone is refining a pill? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask in a doubtful tone. When these words were spoken, the 4 groups of people immediately became restless. They naturally felt deeply about this operation. The reason why they had mobilized so many experts from their clans was because of one person, Xiaoyan. According to what they knew, the latter was an alchemist. Moreover, he was a rank 3 alchemist. If the thunderous sound was caused by a pill, then the thunderous sound must be pill lightning. Is it pill lightning? Could it be that fellow is refining a pill? Isn't this a great opportunity? Now that the pill lightning has appeared, Xiao Yan will definitely be restrained by it. As long as we take advantage of the situation and attack, we will be able to easily take him down. Isn't that perfect? No. I'm afraid it's not pill lightning. Zhuo Lin smiled slightly. The hand that he had just raised fell. At the same time, the Qi method scrolls floating in the air were also kept into his storage ring. An icy murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said, "If I'm not wrong, this thunderous sound is even more frightening than ordinary pill lightning, Emperor Tribulation." As soon as Zhuo Lin said that, the expressions of the leaders from the other 3 clans changed. Every single one of their faces was filled with shock at this moment. They felt disbelief and even disbelief. Emperor Tribulation. How is this possible? Yeah, it's only been 5 years. How could he summon the Emperor's Tribulation? The leaders of the 4 great clans clearly knew that although Xiao Yan's strength was frightening 5 years ago, he was only a half-martial emperor, a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, only 5 years had passed. How could the latter's strength advance by leaps and bounds and reach the Do D class in the blink of an eye? Dija. This was the symbol of an elite Do D. It was proof that one had half a foot into the ranks of the truly strong. However, how could Xiao Yan possibly summon an imperial tribulation? I don't care if this is true or not. I only want all of you to understand that he can't split himself. Now is the best time to deal with him. The smile on Zhuo Lin's face gradually became ferocious. Back then, Xiao Yan had caused him pain. Now, he wanted to return it all with interest. The stronger Xiao Yan was, the more he wanted to step on Xiao Yan to ascend. As long as Xiao Yan could become his stepping stone, no one in the western region would be able to compete with him for the position of Overlord in the future. Hee, young Master Zhuolin, it is easy for you to say this. Even if now is the best time to deal with Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you can't see that this group of little brats are not so easy to deal with once they go all out. The person from the Hua clan who had spoken earlier coldly laughed. His gaze swept across the surrounding magical beasts as he coldly laughed. Therefore, all of you stay behind and delay them. I will go and capture Xiao Yan. Zhuo Lin spoke faintly. He was just about to move when the 4-star elite Do Di from the Hua clan also moved and arrived in front of Zhuo Lin. Does young Master Zhuo Lin really wish to leave the 3 of us aside so that you can monopolize the treasure in Xiao Yan's hands? Zhuo Lin's expression sank. His eyes stared at the middle-aged man in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. What do you want? Either the both of us go together or we join hands to finish off these bastards first. This is fair to everyone. These words were spoken. The people from the Bai and Sun clans also turned their gazes over. From the looks of it, they seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Although the relationship between the 4 great clans was not friendly, they could only join hands in front of the important matter at hand. Even if they wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, they had to first capture Xiao Yan. Helpless, Zhuo Lin could only bitterly nod his head and speak in a deep voice. In that case, it's up to you to finish off these bastards first. Zhuo Lin's eyes suddenly turned and instantly landed on the 4 people from Tianning. A thought passed through his mind and the majestic Do Qi within his body swiftly surged at this moment. They were merely a couple of 1-star Do Di. The strongest among them was Tianning, who was an initial 2-star Do Di. This kind of lineup was nothing in his eyes. If it was not because this fellow by the side was intentionally holding him back, he would have already gone to look for Xiao Yan and might have already subdued him. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Zhuo Lin's tone was cold as he ordered. Immediately, the Do Qi within the bodies of the Zhuo clan members behind him surged. Numerous rays of light shot out. Soon after, they collided heavily with the countless number of magical beasts around them. Once the big battle began, the members of the other 3 clans also moved and charged toward those magical beasts under the orders of their leaders. The couple of Do Dis in the group turned their eyes to Tianying's 4-man group. It's your turn. Zhuo Lin's eyes turned as he stood in the empty space. He stared at Tianying's group on the opposite side. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous amount of Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in the empty space around him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into 4 sharp long swords. A cold glint was reflected from the tip of the sword as it was pointed at the 4 members of Sky Eagle. A deep, grave expression swiftly surged onto the faces of the 4 of them when they sensed the cold glint shooting over. The battle had just begun. Now, they could not avoid it even if they wanted to. Puff! Tian-Ing waved his large sleeve. One could hear a puffed sound as a dense green-colored Do Chi spluttered out from his palm. Ever since he had reached the Do D class, he had never fought with anyone. Today, he could properly display his strength. Haha, in any case, we will have to fight sooner or later. Let's not hesitate any longer. Let's attack. Do not waste the strength that we have obtained. Tian-Ing laughed out loud to the sky. No matter what happened today, they would definitely not allow this group of people in front of them to disturb Xiaoyan. The bodies of the other 3 people beside Tian-Ing also shook after the words from his mouth sounded. Powerful Do Chi spluttered out from their bodies, transforming into 3 Do Chi light pillars that shot to the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. Soon after, 4 pairs of eyes landed on Zhuolin in unison. A cold glint shot from deep within their eyes in all directions. Killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 796. Xiaoyan stood proudly on the top of the snowy peak. He lifted his head and looked at the thunderclouds that were about to disperse. A smile appeared on his face. Although the Emperor's tribulation was no longer a threat to Xiaoyan's physical strength had grown with the help of the thunderbolt. Since a while ago, Xiaoyan had stopped circulating the Do Chi in his body when facing the Emperor's tribulation. Instead, he relied on his physical strength to fight it head-on. After hundreds of collisions, Xiaoyan's physical body was continuously stimulated by the thunderbolt. Traces of thunderbolt energy continued to move within his body, causing him waves of piercing pain. However, given Xiaoyan's character, this little pain was naturally nothing. Instead, it caused Xiaoyan to smile. Over time, when the thunderbolt once again entered Xiaoyan's body, it was no longer painful. Instead, it was numb. Gradually, his entire body was immersed in this comfortable feeling. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His body relaxed and allowed the thunderbolt to flow freely. However, the one who benefited in the end was still Xiaoyan's body. Under the tempering of the thunderbolt, Xiaoyan's physical strength soared at an extremely terrifying speed. The dark black thunderbolt was like a small snake as it rapidly flowed within Xiaoyan's body. The release of the thunderbolt energy stimulated every cell in Xiaoyan's body. After undergoing countless refinements, each of his cells contained a trace of lightning strength. Xiaoyan felt that his entire body was filled with strength. Each of his cells were bulging. Regardless of whether it was his mental state or his physical body, they had all received a great increase. At this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that the thunderbolt no longer had much effect on his body. From the looks of it, the Emperor's tribulation was about to disperse. Xiaoyan lifted his head and looked at the thundercloud that had shrunk a few times. A strange thought suddenly appeared in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to improve his physical strength if he were to rush into the thunderclouds. This kind of thought was something that an ordinary person would definitely not dare to have. After all, this was the D-tribulation. Any expert who had broken through to the Do D class would keep a respectful distance from it. Who could advance instead of withdrawing like Xiaoyan? He could really be called a weirdo. Xiaoyan's character allowed him to do as he wished. By relying on the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan's body had already arrived under the thundercloud in the blink of an eye. Rumble! All of a sudden, the thunderclouds rumbled as if they were startled. After countless attacks, the Emperor Tribulation seemed to have realized how terrifying Xiaoyan was. Facing Xiaoyan, even the Emperor Tribulation seemed to be afraid. Xiaoyan smiled when he saw this. He ceased hesitating. His body shook slightly and he suddenly charged into the thundercloud. After entering the thundercloud, the world in front of Xiaoyan immediately became dark. When he glanced over, there were occasionally small snake-like black thunderbolts that swiftly flashed past his body. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest anxiety. Instead, he felt quite happy in his heart. Compared to the thunderbolts that had descended on their own accord earlier, the thunderbolts within the thundercloud were undoubtedly more concentrated and stronger. If he was able to swallow all of these thunderbolts, he wondered if his strength would be able to advance. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan ceased hesitating. He crossed his legs and sat within the thunderbolts. A thought passed through his mind and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, a ferocious suction force was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. The thunderbolts within the thundercloud immediately gathered toward Xiao Yan uncontrollably. The terrifying suction force formed a huge whirlpool around Xiao Yan's body. The thunderbolts that were close to him would be sucked into the whirlpool uncontrollably, after which, they would enter the meridians within Xiao Yan's body. After circulating through the flame mantra chi method once, they were refined by the heavenly flame. Finally, the wild and violent energy within the thunderbolts was completely refined and turned into pure energy. After which, it entered the vortex space. The strength of thunderbolts was the most destructive energy in the world other than the heavenly flame. Naturally, the energy it contained was extremely vast. Every thunderbolt might appear small, but the energy it gathered was extremely concentrated. What Xiao Yan was doing now was to completely refine the wild and violent energy within the thunderbolts. The remaining pure energy was what Xiao Yan needed. Under this crazy absorption and refinement by Xiao Yan, the detribulation, which was already close to collapsing, swiftly shrank. A moment later, the dark black thundercloud, which was only a couple of 100 feet in size, was completely absorbed into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's body was once again exposed to the air. Around 2 hours later, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes finally slowly opened. A glint flashed deep within his eyes at the same time as he opened them. It appeared like a thunderbolt, yet it also appeared like a wisp of flame. It was difficult to understand. Ooh! Xiao Yan let out a long breath of air. His body relaxed. He immediately clenched his fist and sensed the energy that filled his body. The corner of his mouth revealed a joyous smile. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yan had borrowed the last wisp of thunderbolt strength to successfully raise the strength of an advanced 4-star Dodi. In other words, the current Xiao Yan's strength was not only that of an advanced 4-star Dodi, but it had also reached the peak of the advanced level. He was merely a step away from becoming a 5-star Dodi. However, it was also at this moment that an explosion of Do-Chi colliding was faintly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Huh! Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He believed that he had not heard wrongly. A battle had indeed occurred somewhere. However, this place was deep within the Shilin mountain range. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a battle to occur in this place. However, from the sound of this battle, it seemed that the scale of the battle was quite large. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a faint uneasiness. Could it be Tian Ying's group? Xiao Yan immediately thought of Tian Ying's 4-man group. Immediately, he did not dare to hesitate. A thought passed through his mind and the soul bead between his brows began to tremble intensely. An enormous spiritual strength swiftly surged out. Within a couple of breaths, the scene where Tian Ying's group was located was completely thrown into Xiao Yan's eyes. This is the 4 great clans. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, a cold, killing intent swiftly rose from within his heart. The Do-Chi within the vortex within his body also involuntarily began to churn intensely. Swoosh! Soon after, Xiao Yan's body, which had stood up, trembled slightly, after which he ceased moving. A couple of breaths later, a wisp of wind blew past and Xiao Yan's body gradually faded and disappeared. At the same time, deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tian Ying's 4-man group was being defeated by Zhuo Lin alone. They were about to be defeated. Chapter 797. At this moment, a soul-stirring chaotic battle was being carried out like a raging fire in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. A countless number of magical beasts and hundreds of human experts were gathered at this place. They were killing each other and blood dyed the sky. Sharp, miserable cries repeatedly sounded. The entire mountain range was dyed scarlet by the bright red fresh blood amidst these miserable cries. The mountains collapsed and the ground split. Blood rained down. The beautiful deep regions of the Shilin mountain range, which had been a paradise on earth a moment ago, had turned into hell on earth within this short period of time. Death was a constant show here. Slaughter was the main theme of this war. The entire battleground appeared like an enormous circular ring. The circular ring was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was filled with an endless number of magical beasts. As the battle became increasingly intense, a countless number of magical beasts swarmed over from the distant mountain range and joined the battle. The side of the 4 great clans naturally did not have any reinforcements that they could use. The people from the 4 great clans were the second layer from the outer layer to the inner layer of this circular ring. Looking from a distance, their numbers were not even a tenth of the number of magical beasts. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that although the magical beasts made up the majority, the owners of the fresh blood present were basically all magical beasts. Even if there were human corpses, there were merely a couple of them. Although the magical beasts made up the majority, their overall strength was far inferior when compared to the people from the 4 great clans. Compared to them, the strength of the Bandi or elite Dodi within the 4 great clans was much stronger than the magical beasts. Just based on strength alone, the Shilin Mountain Ranges side was definitely no match for the 4 great clans. However, if one were to look at it from another perspective, the Shilin Mountain Ranges side had an advantage in terms of numbers. This was the reason why they were able to maintain the balance of the battle within a short period of time. Of course, this kind of balance was only maintained before the leaders of the 4 great clans joined the battle. However, the moment they joined the battle, the entire battle situation was turned upside down. There was a total of 7 elite Dodi within the group of the 4 great clans. 3 of them were 3-star Dodi and 4 4-star Dodi. Other than Zhuolin, who was currently fighting with the 4 men from Sky Eagle, the other 6 elite Dodi had already joined the outer battle. The Shilin Mountain Range side could be said to be unable to resist in this current battle. Regardless of how many magical beasts there were, they still appeared extremely weak in the hands of these 6 elite Dodi. The center of the entire ring was where Zhuolin and Sky Eagle's group of 4 were fighting. Although it was 4 against 1, Sky Eagle's group of 4 were not much better off than those magical beasts in the outer circle. In fact, they were in an even more miserable state. With the strength of a 4-star Dodi, Zhuolin had occupied an absolute advantage right from the start of the battle. Faced with 4 elite Dodi, even though one of them was a 2-star Dodi, such a lineup did not pose any threat in Zhuolin's opinion. Zhuolin easily neutralized every attack from the other party. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for the 4 of them to even touch Zhuolin's body, let alone injure him. Not long later, the bodies of the 4 men from Sky Eagle were covered with sword wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood repeatedly surged out like a gurgling fountain, dyeing the robes of the 4 of them a blood-red color. At this moment, the faces of the 4 of them were pale. The Do-Chi within their bodies continued to pour out and blocked the flying swords that were shot toward them with great difficulty. Their foreheads were already covered with cold sweat. Even so, they still bitterly endured. No matter what, they could not allow the person in front of them to find Xiaoyan. Grug! Suddenly, they heard the grug sound of a body being torn apart. Soon after, Sky Eagle hurriedly turned his head to take a look. He immediately saw a golden long sword mercilessly penetrate the chest of the flame lion. Fresh blood immediately surged out like a fountain. The face of the flame lion had also instantly turned pale. Flame lion! Second brother! Second brother! In the next instant, the pupils of the 3 of them suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. A sharp cry from their mouths simultaneously resounded over the sky. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly arrived in front of the flame lion. They tightly hugged the flame lion, who had nearly fallen from the sky. Even though the flame lion had not died after the sword pierced through his chest, he was already on the brink of death. In the blink of an eye, the flame lion had completely fainted. Sky Eagle hugged the unconscious flame lion in his embrace. Fresh bright red blood continued to surge out from the wound on the latter's chest, causing the breathing from the latter's nose to become increasingly weak. His originally pale face became even more frighteningly pale. Second brother! Sky Eagle's heart was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and fed it to the unconscious flame lion. Xionggang and Abao by the side also wore worried expressions as they looked at the unconscious flame lion. The dou qi within their bodies began to churn uncontrollably. Their hearts wished that they could completely shatter Zhuolin. However, Zhuolin was merciless in the face of such a scene. Taking advantage of the time when the three of them were absent-minded because of the flame lion, his mind controlled the 4 flying swords around him and violently pierced them towards Sky Eagle. The instant the 4 flying swords shot out, Xionggang, who was behind Sky Eagle, recovered. When he saw the 4 flying swords shooting over at an extremely fast speed, he knew that there was no way to dodge them. All he could do was defend with all his strength. If you want to kill him, you will have to get through me first. Xionggang roared furiously. The dou qi within his body suddenly surged out. Both of his fists were clenched and violently smashed into the empty air. Immediately, the entire place began to tremble at this moment. Powerful dou qi swiftly agglomerated in the empty space in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an energy shield. However, the next moment, the 4 flying swords that were shooting over flashed and immediately merged into one. Soon after, they heavily smashed into the dou qi shield that Xionggang had agglomerated. Humph! You don't know the difference between life and death. Since you are sincerely seeking death, I will send you on your way first. Zhuolin laughed ferociously when he saw Xionggang attack. His mind controlled the flying sword and the strength on it suddenly soared. Crack! Soon after, one could hear a clear cracking sound. The dou qi shield in front of Xionggang was swiftly filled with numerous crack lines. After which, bang! The dou qi shield broke with a sound. Soon after, the golden flying sword violently pierced through Xiongang's chest. Third brother. In an instant, Xiongang's expression turned ghastly white. Sky Eagle once again emitted a sharp cry. Both of his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. His heart was filled with hatred. However, Zhuolin still did not give the other party even the slightest chance. A thought passed through his mind and the flying sword rose once again. Without waiting for Sky Eagle to move, it once again descended. Its target was Sky Eagle. The flying sword swiftly descended at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Sky Eagle's head. It seemed that Sky Eagle was about to die under Zhuolin's sword. However, it was also at the next moment, just as Sky Eagle was about to go all out and retaliate. Chi! This time around, even Sky Eagle could not help but be startled. The instant he lifted his head, he saw that the person who had helped him take the sword was actually Abao. Besides this, at this moment, in front of Abao, there was a white hand firmly locking this golden longsword in its palm. A frightening huge force flowed into the longsword. After which, bang! Chapter 798. At this moment, there were a couple of human figures standing in the middle of the large battleground. Their expressions were different as they stared at the black-robed, young man who had suddenly appeared. The young man was wearing a black robe. His appearance was ordinary. At this moment, he was holding a golden longsword in his hand. The golden glow on the longsword was bright. Its aura was like a rainbow. The sharp sword aura appeared to be substance-like as it forcefully cut through the surrounding empty space. However, at this moment, the longsword's blade was locked by the young man. Regardless of how ferocious the sword aura was, it was unable to escape. What was even more unbelievable was that the sharp sword aura, which could easily cut through empty space, was unable to even cut through the skin on the young man's hand. Soon after, just as the few people present were stunned, the young man's finger that was grabbing the blade of the sword suddenly exerted force. Immediately, one could hear a cracking sound. The golden longsword in the young man's hand instantly exploded into nothingness. It was only at this moment that the few people in the battleground, who were staring at the young man, suddenly recovered. Abao's eyes were round as he stood in the empty space. His face was completely bloodless as he stared at the human figure who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Gradually, his pale white face swiftly recovered. His scarlet eyes also surged with tears of excitement. "Sir!" Brother Xiao Yan. Abeo and Tianing behind him cried out at the same time. There was no need to describe the excitement in their voices. Soon after, however, the two of them swiftly recovered. The excitement that had just surfaced on their faces swiftly disappeared and once again turned into anxiousness. However, just as Tianing was about to open his mouth to speak, Xiao Yan smiled. Without any explanation, he flipped his hand and 2 jade bottles immediately appeared in his palm. He handed them to the 2 people in front of him. Be careful. They have 7 elite Do-di. The emotions in Tianying's heart involuntarily stabilized when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. The person in front of him seemed to possess a kind of special ability. As long as they saw him, it seemed that no matter how great the danger they were currently facing, it would be easily resolved. I have caused all of you to suffer. Leave the rest to me. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. His smile was filled with an endless killing intent. The expressions of the 2 people in front of him were slightly startled when they saw this. Immediately, they quietly relaxed their bodies. Each of them swallowed a medicinal pill and prepared to recuperate. Xiao Yan turned his head. His gaze swept over the intense battleground outside. He could clearly see batch after batch of magical beasts continuously losing their lives. All of this was because of him. Xiao Yan felt a little unbearable in his heart when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury suddenly rose in his heart. On the opposite side, a vicious feeling immediately surged into Zhuolin's heart when he saw Xiao Yan suddenly appear. The corner of his mouth also revealed a ferocious smile. However, when he saw that the long sword that he had agglomerated was actually shattered by Xiao Yan's hand, an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. He had clearly just passed the D-tribulation. How could he still possess such fighting strength? This was impossible. Zhuolin forcefully calmed his heart. A thought passed through his mind and surging Do-chi swiftly surged out of his body. It once again agglomerated into a couple of flying swords in the empty space around him. At the same time, Zhuolin clenched his hand and the golden cloud sword immediately landed in his hand. Xiao Yan, today is the day you die. An explosive cry sounded. Immediately, the 6 elite Do-di in the outer battleground heard it and turned their eyes to Zhuolin at this moment. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure was reflected in their eyes. It's Xiao Yan. This fellow has already successfully passed the tribulation. Oh? Has he passed the D-tribulation? So what? After passing the D-tribulation, there should not be much Do-chi left in his body. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for us to kill him? That Do-di from the Hua clan coldly smiled when he heard the words that were spat out from the other few elite Do-di's mouths. His words were filled with disdain. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Yan in the next moment, the expression on his face, which was originally filled with a cold smile, gradually stiffened. The smile that had just been lifted from the corner of his mouth also gradually disappeared. At the same time, the other few elite Do-di, including Zhuolin, had also discovered the strange aura on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was sleek red. His eyes were sharp and the aura on his body was thick. He was clearly at his peak condition. No matter how one looked at it, he did not appear like a person who had just passed the D-tribulation. What is going on? There is something strange about this fellow's body. The 7 elite Do-di in the empty space involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. Each of them could see the unusual expression in each other's eyes. Clearly they had not seen wrongly. The aura on Xiao Yan's body was indeed a little strange. Impossible. He has just passed the D-tribulation. It is impossible for the aura within his body to not have any changes. This is definitely impossible. The 7 Do-di involuntarily thought in their hearts. Indeed, their thoughts were not wrong. Xiao Yan's aura had indeed undergone a change. However, it was not as weak as an ordinary person's aura. Instead, it had become even stronger. At this moment, Xiao Yan was not in the mood to bother about the thoughts of this group of people in front of him. His gaze swept over the magical beasts in the outer circle before turning to Zhuolin in front of him. The injuries on the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang were because of this fellow in front of them. Humph, it is unexpected that your strength has actually broken through to the Do-di class after not seeing you for a couple of years. However, so what if you have broken through? You are merely a one-star Dodi. Do you really think that you can contend with the 7 of us? Zhuolin's heart involuntarily shivered when he saw Xiao Yan's ice-cold eyes that did not contain the slightest emotion. However, when he thought of his strength as a 4-star Dodi and the 6 Dodi around him, he immediately felt confident in his heart. The 6 of them involuntarily frowned when they saw this. Zhuolin had tied up so many of them with just one sentence. It seemed that Zhuolin was extremely afraid of the strange aura on Xiao Yan's body. After all, Xiao Yan had once created a frightening achievement of killing an elite Dodi with the strength of a Bandi. Now that Xiao Yan had advanced to the Dodi class, who knew just what kind of frightening level his strength had risen to? Zhuolin did not dare to act recklessly without absolute confidence. Contend with the 7 of you? A slight smile surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth when he heard Zhuolin's words. Immediately, he shook his head gently. His eyes slowly swept over the infuriating people in front of him. They paused for a moment when they swept over Bai Ying. After which, he withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth to speak in an indifferent manner. I have never planned to contend with all of you. Today, none of you should even think about leaving. Chapter 799. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind the moment these words were spat out from his mouth. Immediately, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly swept out from Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that covered the entire battleground in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura and pressure was just like an invisible mountain that pressed down on everyone's heads. In an instant, the hearts of all the members of the 4 great clans present involuntarily began to churn. Under this aura and pressure, even those few 4-star Dodi were inferior. How is this possible? For Star Dodi, how is his cultivation? The bodies of the 7 elite Dodi were just like statues as they were fixed in the air. Shock was written all over their faces. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Xiao Yan's cultivation had actually reached such a level. For Star Dodi, they had originally thought that Xiao Yan had advanced from a 6-star half-D to the Dodi class within 5 years. This was already considered extremely frightening. However, they had never imagined that Xiao Yan's cultivation had not only advanced to the Dodi class, but had even reached the frightening level of a 4-star Dodi. It should be known that the Dodi class was different from an ordinary half-D. It was extremely difficult to raise one's strength. Even some geniuses with great training talent would find it extremely difficult to raise their strength after they had advanced to the Dodi class. It would take at least a couple of years to raise one's strength from a 6-star half-D to a 4-star Dodi or even longer. However, they had never seen anyone who was able to raise his strength from a 6-star half-D to a 4-star Dodi within a short 5 years. This was an increase of almost an entire class. The hearts of Zhuolin's group immediately sank when they sensed the frightening aura and pressure that surged out from Xiao Yan's body. On the other hand, Bai Ying's group was frowning, but their hearts were thinking about something else. Damn it! It has only been a couple of years. How could his strength have reached the level of a 4-star Dodi? Zhuolin clenched his teeth furiously. He could not understand how Xiao Yan had managed to raise his strength by so much within 5 years. However, just as this thought rose in Zhuolin's heart, Xiao Yan clenched his large hand and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. As the giant ruler entered his hand, a thick white flame gushed out from Xiao Yan's body and swiftly climbed onto the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, the giant ruler was dyed a thick white color. The 6 of them felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They knew that it was useless to think about anything now. None of the elite Dodi present was a match for Xiao Yan in a one-on-one. The only way they could deal with Xiao Yan now was to join hands. Everyone, we are all subordinates of the Heavenly Sword sect. Right now, this matter is very important. I hope that everyone can work together against a common enemy. Let's deal with this brat first. As for the rest of the problem, it won't be too late for us to slowly discuss it. Let's work together. The 7 of them looked at each other and spoke in unison. Of course, Bai Ying was the exception. After agreeing, the few of them nodded their heads heavily. Then they looked at Xiao Yan in unison, and their eyes suddenly became sharp. An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. At the same time, he waved his large hand. A couple of flying swords that were formed in the surrounding empty space shot toward Xiaoyan in unison. The sharp swords made a series of ear-piercing sonic booms as they cut through the void. The formless void was easily torn apart by the sword aura, and in the blink of an eye, the long swords were already in front of Xiaolin. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the two people behind Xiaoyan tightened. They broke out in a cold sweat for Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan himself did not react at all. He did not even have any intention of attacking. Soon after, the numerous long swords violently pierced Xiaoyan's body. However, it was as though they had collided with a steel plate. Regardless of whether the long swords pierced Xiaoyan's chest, head, brow, or eyes, the result was that there was no reaction. Xiaoyan's entire body was like a hard rock. The long sword's attack did not pose the slightest threat to him. The edge of the sword repeatedly collided with the surface of Xiaoyan's body. After emitting a couple of clear, ding-ding sounds, the long sword scattered with a bang. What? Zhuolin's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he saw this scene. He immediately clenched his teeth violently. He lifted his hand and the golden cloud sword in his hand floated in front of him. Enormous dou-qi continued to flow into it. Golden light spread and it was as glaring as the sun. Sword of the Shining Sun. Soon after, an explosive cry was emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. The long sword in front of him immediately shot toward Xiaoyan. A frightening aura instantly shattered the surrounding empty space, transforming it into an endless dark black space. The torrential force pounced toward Xiaoyan like a flood or a ferocious beast. Only when the long sword arrived in front of him did Xiaoyan suddenly raise his head. At the same time, the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the heavenly flame violently swept across in front of him. There was nothing fancy about this ruler. The strength that it relied on was merely Xiaoyan's own strength and the layer of dense white, heavenly flame that was wrapped around the huge ruler. However, it was this simple ruler that shattered the golden longsword that was charging towards him with an unparalleled sword aura. The unstoppable force instantly broke the sword qi on the gold cloud sword. Accompanied by the clear sound of metal colliding, the gold cloud sword immediately broke free from Zhuolin's control and shot toward the distant battlefield. After piercing through many experts from the 4 great clans, it pierced deeply into the mountain range below. It was also at this moment that the other 6 people around Xiaoyan also swiftly moved forward. Each of them displayed their famous dou skills and violently smashed them toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. His body hurriedly dodged and displayed the sky extinction step. Although he finally dodged the attacks of the 6 people, Xiaoyan still appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state. However, before Xiaoyan had the time to catch his breath, Zhuolin once again held his sword and charged toward Xiaoyan. 1 against 7. Under the premise that he did not use any dou skills, this indeed made Xiaoyan feel extremely strained. Bang! The huge ruler rotated and sent the leader of the Sun Clan's elders flying. Xiaoyan's body immediately retreated explosively. Both parties were 1,000 feet apart as they looked at each other from a distance. Hee. So what if you are a late-stage 4-star Dodi? 1 against 7, 1 against many. How can you be a match for us? That middle-aged man from the Hua clan took a step forward and laughed strangely in an imposing manner. Once these words were spoken, the other 6 people beside him also took a step forward. Their expressions were different as they stared at Xiaoyan. However, when they looked at Xiaoyan with a cold smile in their hearts, they did not expect that these 7 people had repeatedly displayed quite a number of techniques since both parties were opponents. On the other hand, other than the sky extinction step, had Xiaoyan ever displayed any dou skills since the beginning? Oh, relying on your numbers advantage. Xiaoyan laughed instead when he heard this. If this is the case, Xiaoyan slowly raised his right hand as he laughed. Immediately, he snapped his finger in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the empty space beside Xiaoyan slowly became distorted. A strong human figure with a purple gold body and 9 human figures, who were also wearing black robes and looked exactly the same as Xiaoyan, appeared beside Xiaoyan. They formed a row and stood opposite the 7 people on the other side. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 people on the other side changed drastically. The air also solidified at this moment. Chapter 800. Xiao Yan and the people from the 4 great clans stood in the sky within the battleground and faced each other. However, following the appearance of the 9 avatars and the Northern King, the cold smiles on the faces of the 4 great clans quickly stiffened. Soon after, their expressions turned into ones of disbelief. The 9 avatars were equivalent to 9 2-star Dodi. The Northern King's strength had reached the 3-star Dodi level. It was not inferior to the 2nd elder of the Sun clan on their side. Adding Xiao Yan, this meant that there were a total of 11 elite Dodi in Xiao Yan's group. Just in terms of the number of elite Dodi, Xiao Yan's group had 4 more than theirs. The sudden change in the situation caused the hearts of the people from the 4 great clans to involuntarily sink. Xiao Yan had not revealed his true strength since the start of the big battle. At this moment, he had already revealed the Northern King and the 9 avatars. This meant that the true battle had just begun. Everyone need not be worried. It is merely 9 avatars. Even if he possesses the strength of a 2-star Dodi, do we need to be afraid of him with the strength of a 3-star 4th-star Dodi? At this moment, the leader of the Hua clan once again stood up. His gaze swept over the 9 avatars one by one. His eyes revealed a disdainful expression. However, the 9 avatars on the other side suddenly merged together after his words sounded. Every 3 avatars merged into one. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 9 avatars remained. The strength of these 3 avatars had shockingly reached the intermediate 4-star Dodi level. They were stronger than the 4-star Dodi from the 4 great clans. Damn it, why is it like this? This fellow's tactics are far more frightening than what we know. What is there to be worried about? We are currently 7 against 5. We still have a great chance of victory. Zhuolin waved the longsword in his hand and spoke with a cold face. The expressions of the few people beside Zhuolin brightened when these words were uttered. Zhuolin's words were correct. As Elite Dodi, even if there was only a 1-person difference in the number of experts on both sides, they would still have the ability to suppress their opponents in such a big battle. Moreover, their 4 great clans had an additional 2 people on their side. Hence, even though Xiao Yan had the help of his avatars and the Northern King, he was still no match for them. However, 7 against 5 Cook clan head Bai, do you think that their chances of victory are greater or that of mine? Xiao Yan suddenly turned his words to Bai Ying. By their hearts involuntarily felt doubt. What did Xiao Yan's? Bai Ying's heart suddenly shook in the face of so many people's gazes. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan had actually pushed him forward at such a moment. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was trying to drag him into the fray. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he could easily tell that Bai Ying's true strength had already reached the advanced 4-star Dodi level. Compared to the people from the other 3 clans present, he was undoubtedly the strongest. He had merely hidden his strength for his own purpose. However, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, it seemed that the other party was trying to force him to openly betray them. Just these words from Xiao Yan earlier had already caused the other 3 clans to feel some doubt toward him. If he did not betray them in today's matter, regardless of whether their 4 great clans won or lost, the Bai clan behind him would not have a good ending. If he betrayed them in front of everyone, it was fine if Xiao Yan could successfully kill these people. However, if he could not, something would also happen to his Bai clan. Xiao Yan's actions were clearly forcing him to make a choice. This was a huge gamble. The wager was the Bai clan behind him. Bai Ying fell into deep thought. He had to be sure of the pros and cons. The slightest mistake could cause his clan to be reduced to ashes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square once again descended into a strange silence. The eyes of all the elite Dodi present landed on Bai Ying's body. All of them, including Xiao Yan, were waiting for Bai Ying's reply at this moment. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Bai Ying's body suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes. He carried a lightning-like speed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were already the best answer he could give. Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Immediately, the gazes of the 6 elite Dodi from the 3 large clans landed on Bai Ying's body. Their faces trembled with anger. This sudden action of Bai Ying's had destroyed their great advantage. How confident are you in being able to keep them here? Bai Ying ignored the people from the 3 great clans. He turned his gaze to Xiaoyan. The life or death of these people in front of him was what he was most concerned about. This concerned the clan behind him. Cuckoo, if I say, even without you, I am 100% confident that I can keep them here. Do you believe me? Xiaoyan smiled. His smile was filled with coldness. Bai Ying's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. Only then did he recover. In other words, Xiaoyan's action earlier was not because he lacked helpers. Instead, congratulations, you have just saved yourself. But what about my clan? Bai Ying's voice sounded a little low. If it was really as Xiaoyan had said, he could have killed all the people from the other 3 clans without harming Bai Ying. However, his actions, Cuckoo, I think that with the intelligence of the Bai clan's head, you should have already thought of a countermeasure before you flashed over. Xiaoyan coldly smiled. The little scheme in Bai Ying's heart did not escape his eyes. Bai Ying's pupils suddenly shrank when these words were spoken. He could not help but feel a lingering fear for the scheming of the person in front of him. When he thought about it, if he had not betrayed him earlier, would he have become another dead soul in Xiaoyan's hands? Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Bai Ying's forehead when he thought of this. He felt a lingering fear for the thoughts in his heart and also rejoiced at his actions. At the same time, this also meant that the day when his Bai clan truly fell out with the Heavenly Sword sect was not far away. Damn it! This traitor isn't listening to us at all. Let's attack together. Let's kill Xiaoyan first. As for Bai Ying, let's spare his dog life first. Let him see with his own eyes how the clan he built up is destroyed in his hands. Immediately after, the remaining 3 clans let out angry roars in unison. Their bodies moved, and they once again charged toward Xiaoyan's group. Chapter 801. Xiaoyan's face revealed a disdainful expression when he saw the 6 people charging toward him from the empty space. He widened his mouth and a dense white, heavenly flame was immediately spat out. It turned into a monstrous flame wave that violently pounced toward the 6 people in front of him from all directions. In the face of this fire wave that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame, the 6 of them did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. One by one, they unleashed their own techniques. After spending quite a bit of effort, they finally broke apart the fire wave. However, they were soon met by 3 black-robed avatars and the Northern King, who had a body of steel. With the strength of the 3 4-star Dodi incarnations, they were no match for the 3 3-star Dodi they were facing. Just one exchange had caused them to fall into a disadvantage. Defeat was only a matter of time. The Northern King was fighting against a 4-star Dodi from the Zhuo clan. His strength could be said to be extraordinary. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the Northern King. Regardless of how powerful that 4-star Dodi's techniques were, they were all useless in front of the Northern King's puppet body. Even with his 4-star Dodi cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to defeat the Northern King. Both parties fought for a moment, but the battle was ultimately in a balanced state. Other than these 4 people each facing an elite Dodi from the 3 great clans, the remaining 2 were the 4-star Dodi from the Hua clan and Zhuolin from the Zhuo clan. These 2 people were facing Bai Ying and Xiaoyan respectively. Humph humph, you traitor. Instead of walking down the path of the sun, you insist on walking down this path of death. Since you wish to die, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. First was the 4-star Dodi from the Hua clan. He did not show the slightest fear when facing Bai Ying. His eyes even contained disdain. With his strength as a 4-star Dodi, he was confident that he could suppress Bai Ying even if he did not use his full strength. However, what he did not know was that Bai Ying, who was facing him, was also thinking the same thing. Sure enough, the moment the 2 of them collided, the true difference in strength between the 2 was immediately revealed. Looking at the current Xiaoyan and Zhuolin, both of them were currently 4-star Dodi. However, Xiaoyan's strength was at the peak of the advanced class Dodi class. He was many times stronger than Zhuolin. Zhuolin also didn't expect that this group of cowards would deliberately give Xiaoyan to him. It seemed that they wanted to help him fulfill his wish of capturing Xiaoyan alone. Damn it. When this princess returns, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth twitched as he cursed. However, the moment he lifted his head, Xiaoyan's cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Zhuolin's heart jumped. His body hurriedly retreated. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler, violently swung it and smashed it toward Zhuolin's chest. This sudden scene caused Zhuolin's face to instantly turn pale with fright. He could no longer be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly used the golden cloud sword in his hand to block in front of him. He wanted to use it to block this attack of Xiaoyan's. Clang! Following a loud bell-like sound, Zhuolin's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. The moment his body paused, his face swiftly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. When he lowered his head to look, a clear crack had appeared on the golden cloud sword in his hand where it had collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Golden cloud sword. Zhuolin's heart was shocked. The material used to forge the golden cloud sword was extremely extraordinary. He had never expected that the golden cloud sword that he was most proud of would actually be broken by someone in one blow. This was really unbelievable. On top of being shocked, an endless amount of hatred and viciousness also rose in Zhuolin's heart. He did not believe that Xiaoyan, who was also a 4-star Dodi, could be so strong. His Zhuo clan was the head of the 4 great clans. Moreover, he, Zhuolin, was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the 4 great clans. Regardless of whether it was the Qi method or Do technique that he practiced, they were all the best in the Heavenly Sword sect. What did Xiaoyan count for? At the very most, he was just an ordinary person in the wilderness. How could he be compared with a favored child like him? Zhuolin was immediately furious as this thought rose in his heart. He violently threw out the broken golden cloud sword in his hand. His body shook violently as he waved his large hand. Vast and mighty Do Qi immediately swarmed out of his body. He immediately clenched his hand and the Do Qi agglomerated, transforming into an even sharper golden-colored longsword. His feet heavily stepped on empty air as he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. Are you going to be serious? Xiaoyan spoke faintly. He did not dodge when he saw Zhuolin, who was charging explosively toward him. Instead, he twisted his wrist slightly and the heavy blade of the ruler was aimed at the charging Zhuolin. The distance between the two was 1,000 feet. With the speed of an elite Dodi, the distance was covered in the blink of an eye. However, just as the golden-colored longsword in Zhuolin's hand swiftly approached Xiaoyan, the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was suddenly swung. With just one strike, it forcefully shattered the longsword in Zhuolin's hand. Too weak. Xiaoyan spoke faintly. At the same time, the expression on Zhuolin's ferocious face instantly became incomparably pale. Swoosh! Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuolin in a ghost-like manner. His lips were close to the latter's ear as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Originally, I thought that you would bring me a pleasant surprise during these 5 years. It is unexpected that you are actually so weak. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle after these words were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Soon after, his body was once again violently sent flying by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned after sending Zhuolin flying. A doubtful expression was revealed between his brows. He shook his head gently and instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. His body was like a dark black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Zhuolin. This time around, Xiaoyan did not intend to continue giving Zhuolin a chance to retaliate. For some unknown reason, just a moment ago, under Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, he felt that there seemed to be another strength spying on this world. By being able to remain undiscovered under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the latter's strength was definitely at least that of a 6-star Dodi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probing. However, Just as this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, an extremely frightening aura suddenly descended from the sky. It was just like a bowl that had been flipped upside down, covering this entire place. Immediately, everyone who was having an intense battle in the battleground was greatly startled. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked over, only to see a linen-robed old man standing at the highest point of this space that was covered by the aura and pressure. Chapter 802. The sudden change in the battlefield caused the hearts of quite a number of people to suddenly tremble. The intense battle within the battleground also came to a halt as a result. Everyone lifted their heads and looked towards the sky, only to see an old man wearing linen robes standing high in the sky, looking down at everyone below. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura! At this moment, this was the only thing that everyone present could think of. This fellow who had suddenly appeared, just his aura alone was enough to cause everyone present to be unable to breathe. Even Xiao Yan felt an enormous pressure in the face of this aura. At this moment, everyone present stared solemnly at the figure in the sky, not daring to relax for even a moment. Under the gazes of the crowd below, the hemp-robed elder in the sky slowly descended. Soon after, many of the people present immediately recognized the latter's identity. This hemp-robed elder was one of the 4 great sects, the sect leader of Withered Leaf Sect, Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian. Why is it him? I really did not expect this fellow to know that his strength is at the bottom of the 4 great sects, so he is prepared to make the first move. What do we do now? We are all members of the 4 great sects, perhaps he can save our lives. Isn't this fellow known for his benevolence? When they saw that the person who had arrived was the sect leader of Withered Leaf Sect, one of the 4 great sects, the expressions of the members of the 4 great clans immediately became joyous. With this lord's help, no matter how powerful Xiao Yan was, he could only obediently be captured today. Yi Luotian. When he saw Yi Luotian arrive, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten a little. He could faintly sense a strange aura from this fellow's body. This aura was somewhat unstable, but it was used by Yi Luotian. This was something that Xiao Yan seemed to have seen before. He, little friend Xiao Yan, this is the second time we have met. They could clearly feel that the person in front of them was not a kind person, but judging from the way he spoke, the expression on his face was rather benevolent, as if he was an ordinary old man who did not know the ways of the world. However, under the pressure of his powerful aura, no one dared to think that way. After all, Yi Luotian was an existence that was on par with the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. If they were to really fight, even Xiao Yan was not confident that he would be a match for him. Sect Master Yi, are you here to capture me as well? Xiao Yan revealed a solemn expression. He couldn't even detect the latter's exact strength, so how could he be a match for him? Little friend Xiao Yan, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just unwilling to see so many of my fellow disciples die. After all, they're all members of the 4 great sects, and I truly can't bear to watch them die. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Yi Luotian smiled faintly. His smile looked rather benevolent. However, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. What do you mean by, can't bear to watch? The 4 great sects were practically like fire and water, and they could not wait to swallow each other up. What do you mean by, fellow disciples? That's bullshit. The 4 great sects were on par with each other, how could they be considered fellow disciples? Yi Luotian was naturally unaware of Xiao Yan's thoughts, and even if he did, he would only smile indifferently. A pair of benevolent old eyes swept across the crowd below. Yi Luotian softly chuckled, before waving his sleeve. Countless streaks of light immediately sprinkled down, hovering in front of the crowd and transforming into pills. Take these pills and treat your injuries first. It's time for this endless battle to come to an end. Yi Luotian smiled faintly. However, when he saw that everyone was staring at the pills in front of them without moving, he knew that these people must have some concerns. He softly chuckled in his heart, before he once again smiled and opened his mouth to speak. These medicinal pills are all tier 4 medicinal pills. If you don't eat them, the old me will take them back. Yi Luotian smiled. He immediately lifted his sleeve, appearing as though he was really going to take back the medicinal pills. Soon after, everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited expression when they heard that these were actually Tier 4 medicinal pills. Tier 4 medicinal pills. These were Tier 4 medicinal pills. Normally, they would not even be able to see them, much less eat them. Now that such a good opportunity was placed in front of them, what reason did this group of people have to reject it? Other than Bai Ying and the 6 elite Do Di, everyone from the 4 great clans immediately swallowed the medicinal pill that was suspended in front of them without any hesitation. It was as though they were afraid that Yi Luotian would really take back the medicinal pill. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. They swiftly turned into a surging medicinal strength that surged into their bodies and spread throughout their bodies. Indeed, within a short moment, the injuries on everyone's bodies were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While they were feeling joyous, the surging strength caused the aura within their bodies to suddenly soar. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation of everyone present who had swallowed the medicinal pills had broken through by 1 star at this moment. As for those 9-star Bandi class experts, although their strength did not break through, they had all reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Bandi class. This medicinal pill could be said to be extraordinary. The appearance of this scene also caused the hearts of the few elite Do Di from the 4 great clans to move. After confirming that those who had swallowed the medicinal pills did not show any abnormality, they ceased hesitating and swallowed the medicinal pills in front of them. Soon after, the auras of the 6 elite Do Di had indeed been raised by 1 star in a short moment. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, Bai Ying, Tian Ying and the others beside him still did not move. Although these few people were attracted by this medicinal pill, they seemed to be waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move. They did not dare to relax if the latter did not eat it. Haha, young friend Xiao Yan, those 2 friends of yours seem to have suffered quite serious injuries. It is fine if you do not eat it, but you should not ignore them. Yi Luotian seemed to have seen through this point. Xiao Yan's side was always led by Xiao Yan. If he did not eat it, the others would also not eat it. Tian Ying and Ah Bao frowned when they heard this. Xiao Yan also involuntarily turned his gaze to the Flame Lion duo. Even though they had the help of a Tier 3 medicinal pill, Zhuolin's sword attack had already injured their foundations. It was extremely difficult for them to recover. A Tier 3 medicinal pill alone would not be of much use. However, if it was a Tier 4 medicinal pill, things would be different. After hesitating for a moment, the members of the 4 great clans on the other side were already full of energy. Not only had their strength soared, but their fighting strength had also recovered greatly under the effect of the medicinal pills. Brother Xiao Yan, why don't I try one first? At this moment, Tianning was also clearly aware that the injuries within the Flame Lion duo's bodies could not be underestimated. If he was careless, it could possibly affect their future cultivation path. Hence, as the big brother, Tianning could not be bothered. Wait, before you eat it, let me check your medicinal pills. Sect leader Yi has already said that the 4 great sects are one and we are not jackals of the same tribe as them. You can eat the medicinal pills, but before that, let me check them first. Just as Tian Ying was about to consume the medicinal pills, Xiao Yan suddenly beckoned with his hand. The medicinal pills floating in front of the few of them swiftly landed in Xiao Yan's hand and were held in Xiao Yan's palm. After a short few breaths, Xiao Yan returned the medicinal pills in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Eat it. I have already checked. There is no problem with the medicinal pills." When these words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's gaze paused on Yi Luotian. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian revealed a kind smile on his old face when he saw this. He smiled and nodded, appearing to be quite satisfied. However, no one knew just what he was thinking in his heart. Xiao Yan took the lead in consuming the medicinal pills in front of the few of them. Only then did Bai Ying and the others consume the medicinal pills one after another. As expected, the strength of Xiao Yan's group had also increased within a short moment. The Flame Lion, Xionggang and Ah Bao had advanced to a 2-star Do Di. Tian Ying had become an initial 3-star Do Di. Even Bai Ying's strength had also risen to an initial 5-star Do Di. The arrival of this surprise caused Tian Ying's group to feel quite excited. Instinctively, A nostalgic feeling rose in their hearts for Yi Luotian. On the other hand, even though Bai Ying's strength had increased, he was a cautious person. He was suspicious of the change in his aura. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Only he knew what Yi Luotian was planning. When one turned their heads to look at Xiaoyan again, the latter was already at the peak of the advanced 4-star Do D class. After using this medicinal pill, the aura within his body had soared, forcefully reaching the intermediate 5-star Do D class. He was only a step away from the advanced Do D class. Haha, unexpectedly, this retreat has brought about quite a number of surprises. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. This harmless appearance of his seemed to be completely unguarded against everything around him. In the sky, the smile on Yi Luotian's old face gradually became denser when he saw Xiaoyan's group consume the medicinal pills. In the end, it became a little distorted, causing the originally amiable appearance of the old man to appear a little frightening at this moment. Haha, since the medicinal pills have been consumed, can sect leader Yi tell us the true reason why you have come this time around? Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes focused on Yi Luotian as he asked in a meaningful manner. Haha, that is only natural. Since I have already achieved my goal, I will tell you the truth. This has always been the old me's way of doing things. Yi Luotian laughed ferociously. The expression on his old face swiftly became gloomy. The amiable appearance from a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he appeared just like a malicious ghost with a sinister smile, causing one's heart to tremble. Withered leaf grass rise. Yi Luotian's words had just sounded when a withered yellow plant suddenly grew from the vortex space within the bodies of everyone from the 4 great clans, with the exception of Xiaoyan's group. Within a short couple of breaths, it had already occupied the vortexes within their bodies. Chapter 803. The withered yellow plant swiftly grew wildly in the bodies of the people from the 4 great clans. In the blink of an eye, it had already occupied their vortex space. Even a few of their main chi paths had been entangled by that plant. Immediately, everyone present felt that everything in their bodies was under the control of that strange plant. What is going on? What is this thing? Yi Luotian, what have you done to us? In the blink of an eye, the people from the 4 great clans felt a wave of terror in their hearts. Their internal organs had already been controlled by this plant. Did this not mean that their lives were also controlled by this plant? I can tell you now. What you have swallowed earlier is the dry leaf goo that this venerable self has personally refined for you. Once this thing grows in your body, it will be connected to your spirit. Your life and death are all connected to the dry leaf goo. If the dry leaf goo dies, all of you will definitely die. Moreover, the dry leaf goo is controlled by this venerable self. Therefore, if you wish to live, you must listen to this venerable self's orders. Kill without mercy. At this moment, Yi Luotian finally revealed his true nature. When the people below heard this, their hearts were filled with fear. They never imagined that such a good thing that had been delivered to their doorstep would actually end up handing their lives to someone else. Yi Luotian, don't you know that we are from the Heavenly Sword sect? Once anything happens to us, the Heavenly Sword sect will definitely come to your sect and eliminate your dry leaf sect from the western region. The 4-star Do Di from the Hu clan once again stepped forward. He firmly believed that with the Heavenly Sword sect backing them, it was impossible for Yi Luotian to dare oppose the Heavenly Sword sect regardless of how crazy he was. Bang! You are seeking death. However, in the next instant, the 4-star Do Di's body suddenly exploded the moment his words sounded. It turned into a bloody fog that permeated the sky and spread. The Heavenly Sword sect, sooner or later, you will become the lackey of my dry leaf sect. If any of you still dare to disobey, you can step forward now. Yi Lian's expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with disdain. Now, the dead leaf goo had been planted in these people's bodies. If they did not comply, he could make them explode with a single thought. These people's lives were now in his hands. The faces of everyone below immediately turned pale after Yi Luotian's words were emitted. Even though everyone's hearts contained an unwillingness and fury, They could only helplessly shut their mouths when they recalled the miserable fate of that elite 4-star Do Di from the Hua clan. Yi. In the sky, Yi Luotian laughed maniacally as if there was no one around. However, at this moment, they don't dare to rebel against you, but I do. Xiao Yan stood proudly as he stared at Yi Luotian with an unruly look in his eyes. There was no trace of fear on his face. Xiao Yan's actions caused the expressions of Tian Ying and the others behind him to change drastically. Even Bai Ying and the others from the 4 great clans could not help but reveal shock on their faces. Xiao Yan, don't be impulsive. Mr. Xiao Yan, compared to Tian Ying's agitation, Bai Ying was much calmer. He knew that given Xiao Yan's character, he would definitely not risk his life to do what he had just done. However, since he dared to speak out, he must have his own confidence. Xiao Yan, the outside world says that you are extremely cunning. Even an elite Do Di would have to be 120% careful when facing you. However, in my opinion, you are merely SOS. Yi Luotian coldly laughed when he heard this. He had already planted the dead leaf goo in everyone who had swallowed the pill. Xiao Yan actually dared to resist. This was no different from seeking death. However, when Yi Luotian tried to control the dead leaf goo in Xiao Yan's body, he was shocked to find that other than his cultivation aura, there was no change in the latter's body. His dead leaf goo did not exist in Xiao Yan's body. What is going on? Yi Luotian's eyes suddenly focused. With a thought, he tried to sense the dead leaf goo in Tian Ying's and the rest's bodies. However, the final result was the same. His dead leaf goo had completely vanished. Hee, your goo is indeed powerful, but, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. He extended his hand and spread his 5 fingers. His hand trembled slightly. Immediately, one could hear a puff sound as a fierce, dense white heavenly flame rose. The temperature of this place had also swiftly risen. Under my heavenly flame, any poison or evil spirit is useless. Yi Luotian finally realized when the heavenly flame appeared. He had only cared about his dead leaf goo and had forgotten that Xiao Yan still had a divine item like the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was the most yang energy in the world. Any evil poison was useless against it. No wonder Xiao Yan dared to swallow his dead leaf goo. It seems that the reason why there were no changes in Tian Ying's and the rest's bodies was also because of Xiao Yan. Good as expected of Xiao Yan. To be able to shake the entire western region, you relied on more than brute force. However, even so, you will still return with me today. Yi Luotian coldly snorted. Immediately, his sinister old eyes swept across the other members of the 4 great clans as he coldly ordered, "Go! Go, all of you go! Capture Xiao Yan for this venerable self. Today, this venerable self will personally plant a goo in your body." Even though the members of the 4 great clans were unwilling, their lives were already in the hands of others. In order to survive, they could only follow the order. The strength of the 6 elite Do Di had increased by quite a bit. This allowed them to feel a little more secure when facing Xiao Yan's group. Previously, due to the difference in strength between the 2 sides, they were unable to let go. Now, other than Xiao Yan, the strength of the other members of the 2 groups was equal. Naturally, they no longer had the slightest fear. The 6 of them moved in unison. They split into 6 directions and surrounded Xiao Yan's group in the middle. A thought passed through their minds and 6 frightening forces agglomerated into one in half of the sky. They pressed down on Xiao Yan's group from all directions. Humph! Seeing this, without waiting for Bai Ying and the rest to make a move, Xiao Yan suddenly snorted coldly. If he was facing Yi Luotian, he might still be a little afraid. However, if this group of people were still the same as before, he had full confidence in keeping them here. Ignoring the aura and pressure from the 6 people who were attacking him, Xiao Yan extended his right hand. The Do Qi in his body swiftly gathered in his palm. Immediately, a thumb-sized black dot slowly agglomerated and formed. High Spirit Do Technique. Chapter 804. High-Level Spirit Do Technique, Great Heaven Creation Palm. As Xiao Yan let out a low cry from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Yan flipped his right hand and violently pressed it against the empty space in front of him. The Great Heaven Creation Palm was originally a heaven-level Do technique. Ever since Xiao Yan had advanced to the ranks of the half-emperor experts, he had rarely used this Do technique. However, after breaking through to the Do D realm, Xiao Yan was fortunate enough to comprehend some things during this process. This also imperceptibly deepened Xiao Yan's understanding of the Great Heaven Creation Palm. The comprehension this time not only allowed Xiao Yan to have a deeper understanding of the power of the Great Heaven Creation Palm, but it also allowed him to innovate on the original foundation of the Great Heaven Creation Palm and improve it further. After incorporating many of Xiao Yan's own comprehensions and the Great Way energy, the Great Heaven Creation Palm's grade had also increased. From the looks of it now, the Great Heaven Creation Palm was already comparable to a high-level Spirit Do technique. When a high-level Spirit Do technique was used by Xiao Yan with his current cultivation, its power could be said to be earth-shattering. When the palm landed, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan instantly collapsed. Following which, a dark black halo rapidly spread from the empty space where Xiao Yan's palm had landed. It was like a flood that quickly spread in all directions. When the 6 elite Do Di who were surrounding Xiao Yan's group saw this, their hearts immediately tightened. They hurriedly maneuvered the Do Qi in their bodies and each of them used their own Do techniques. They violently blasted toward the rapidly spreading black halo in front of them. Boom! 6 Do technique glows rushed out with a lightning-like speed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart along the way. The sound of air exploding repeatedly sounded. Soon after, they violently collided with the dark black light circle. Chi-chi-chi. The intense collision sound that everyone had imagined was not emitted when the two came into contact. Instead, the 6 Do technique glows appeared to have suddenly charged into a bottomless black hole. They did not carry any energy ripple as they disappeared just like that. Even the speed at which the black-colored light circle spread was not affected in the slightest. What? Seeing this strange scene, the expressions on the faces of the 6 people changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A total of 6 elite Do Di's Do techniques, 3 4-star Do Di and 3 5-star Do Di. Such a lineup was likely something that even an ordinary 6-star Do Di would not dare to casually come into contact with. At the very least, an ordinary 6-star Do Di would not be able to receive that attack. At the very least, it was impossible for an ordinary 6-star Do Di to receive that attack. However, even with such a frightening lineup, the combined attack of 6 elite Do Di did not appear to have the slightest ability to retaliate under that strange black light circle. How is this possible? At this moment, even with Zhuo Lin's character, his mouth involuntarily let out an involuntary exclamation. The scene in front of him was really unimaginable. Forget about him, even the other 5 people and Yi Luotian, who was currently standing in the sky, were similarly shocked in their hearts. They were all 5-star Do Di, but the strength that Xiao Yan had unleashed was at least a couple of times greater than these people. Such fighting strength could be considered frightening. Is this fellow really just a Do Di? The same question once again reverberated within the minds of these elite Do Di. Not long ago, when Xiao Yan was just a mere bandit, there were already people who had doubted him. Now, everyone's suspicion of him had grown even deeper. No one dared to believe that this black-robed, young man in front of them was really just an elite Do Di as he appeared on the surface. The disappearance of the 6 Do skills did not stop the spreading of the black light circle. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark black light circle had already spread to the feet of the 6 elite Do Di. Immediately, the hearts of the few of them were greatly frightened. They could not be bothered about anything else as the Do Qi within their bodies wildly shot toward the light circle in front of them. Their bodies also hurriedly pulled back. It was as though they were afraid that they would be swallowed by this strange dark black light circle like that Do skill. It is too late to run now. Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he saw the 6 of them fleeing wildly. His hands suddenly shook and the speed at which the black light circle spread suddenly increased. At the same time, an extremely frightening suction force surged out from the dark black light circle. It wildly tore everything in the world apart. Under this frightening suction force, the originally swiftly retreating figures of the 6 elite Do Di immediately slowed down. The distance between them and the black light circle also swiftly shrunk. Seeing that the black light circle was about to climb onto their bodies, a fear that originated from deep within their souls finally surged into their hearts at this moment. The 6 of them clearly understood in their hearts that if they were to be sucked into the light circle, they would definitely not be able to come out alive even if they were 5-star Do-D. At this moment, they finally clearly understood the gap between themselves and Xiaoyan. The latter did not even care about them from the very beginning. Regardless of whether it was a Ban-D or a Do-D, Xiaoyan was an absolutely invincible existence among those of the same class. Their so-called bullying him with numbers was just like a child playing around in the eyes of the latter. No. When the black circle of light climbed onto their bodies, the 6 of them let out a terrified sharp cry at the same time. Every one of them roared crazily and the Do-Chi in their bodies crazily surged out, hoping that they could use this to block the spread of the black circle of light. However, all of this appeared to be so powerless. The 6 elite Do-D from the 4 great clans were swallowed by the dark black light circle one after another. First, it was their legs. After which, it was their waists. Sect leader Yi, save us. At this juncture of life and death, the 6 of them placed their last hopes on Yi Luotian. Unfortunately, Yi Luotian remained indifferent until the moment of their death. His pair of sinister old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. A trace of murderous intent slowly surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian did not expect that Xiaoyan before him was really as those fellows had said. His fighting strength far exceeded his cultivation. Within the same class, it was impossible for anyone to be his match. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan had not only relied on luck during the battle at the desolate ancient ruins. With this thought in mind, Yi Luotian slowly placed one hand behind his back. Under his sleeves, the hand gradually formed into a claw. A withered yellow Do-Chi quietly surfaced on his fingertips. Murderous intent surfaced in Yi Luotian's eyes the moment the 6 of them died within the black light circle. In the next instant, his body that was suspended in the air suddenly disappeared. At almost the same time, a withered claw appeared in front of Xiaoyan and viciously swiped at Xiaoyan's head. However, in the next instant, just as Yi Luotian's claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, the invisible space was suddenly torn apart. Soon after, a slender jade-like hand reached out from the void. With a twist of the jade-like hand, a palm smashed forward and heavily collided with Yi Luotian's claw. In an instant, the expression on Yi Luotian's old face changed drastically. His skinny body immediately retreated uncontrollably. After taking a few hundred steps back, he finally managed to stand in the air in a sorry state. The moment he lifted his head, his old face was filled with shock and despair. Chapter 805. In the sky, Yi Luotian's old face was flushed red. The previous attack had caused the blood in his body to churn violently. A metallic taste involuntarily rose up in his throat as his heart was filled with incomparable shock. Yi Luotian's heart was incomparably solemn. He lifted his gaze and stared intently at the frosty woman in a long white dress who had leisurely appeared in front of Xiaoyan 100 feet away. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang. After 5 years of seclusion, Lung Bingshuang had finally awoken from her long slumber. Unlike Xiaoyan, the cold poison in Lung Bingshuang's body had accumulated over 100 years. The cold poison was so deep that it had practically infected Lung Bingshuang's core. Even with the help of the Bodhi returning pill, it was not so easy to completely expel it. However, over the past 5 years, Lung Bingshuang had finally relied on her own strength and the help of the Bodhi returning pill to completely remove the cold poison from her body. Now, not only had Lung Bingshuang's strength recovered to its peak, she was even stronger than before after refining the cold poison. Though the cold poison was frightening, the energy it contained was also extremely enormous. Being able to control it was undoubtedly a great benefit to one's cultivation. At this moment, Xiaoyan had also recovered from his momentary shock. In that instant, he had even sensed the aura of death. Xiaoyan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If not for Lung Bingshuang's timely intervention, Xiaoyan would have already died at Yi Luotian's hands. The moment he lifted his head, Xiaoyan saw Lung Bingshuang, who was just inches away from him. Seeing the graceful back of the woman in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily let his imagination run wild for an instant. However, he recovered in the blink of an eye and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He lifted his sleeve and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. "Many thanks." Leng Bingshuang's pretty eyes glanced slightly when she heard the words of gratitude transmitted from behind her. She glanced at the latter from the corner of her eyes. Immediately, a soft snort was emitted from her pretty nose. The corners of her mouth also curled up in an undetectable manner. Soon after, the expression on Leng Bingshuang's pretty face once again receded. Her eerily cold eyes slowly lifted as her icy gaze shot towards Yi Luotian like an arrow. It was as if she wanted to freeze the other party into a block of ice. Yi Lian's heart shivered when he sensed the ice-cold gaze directed at him. The muscles at the corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched as he lifted his head to look at the other party. A pair of sinister old eyes stared fixedly at the woman in white. After a long while, Yi Luotian finally suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the woman. Then, he bowed slightly and said in a serious voice, "I'm sorry." He bowed slightly and said, "May I know who you are? If you have nothing to do with this matter, I hope that you can leave. This old man does not wish to drag unrelated people into this matter." It was only a single blow, but Yi Luotian could feel how terrifying this woman was. In the Western region, the number of people who could push him back with a single blow could be counted on one hand. He knew a thing or two about those people, but he had never seen someone like this woman before him, whose strength had reached such a terrifying level. However, Yi Luotian's words were met with a cold rebuke from Leng Bingshuang, which was filled with killing intent. Yi Lian's expression darkened when he heard these words. As one of the few powerful practitioners in the Western region, when had he ever received such humiliation? Even the sect leaders of the three sects would not act so recklessly in front of him. This woman before him was a little too overbearing. "Sir, don't make me say it a third time, or you can stay here forever." Just as Yi Luotian was about to speak, Leng Bingshuang raised her head with an icy expression. Her beautiful eyes were emotionless as she stared at the other party. An icy blue light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Immediately, Yi Lian's heart turned cold as a deep sense of fear uncontrollably grew from the bottom of his heart. This woman. Yi Lian's eyes abruptly widened. His eyes were so round that they almost popped out of their sockets. The shock in his heart was incomparable. From the look in Leng Bingshuang's eyes, he was certain that this woman's strength was far above his own. Origin transformation stage. These three words involuntarily appeared in his heart as cold sweat violently covered Yi Luotian's body. His mind also swiftly recalled some information. It was not as if there were no origin transformation stage practitioners in the entire Western region. From what he could recall, there were 3 of them. Although 2 of them had not appeared in the world for many years, their reputations were still there. As for the third person, according to what he knew, she was a woman. However, no one in the entire Western region had ever seen her face. He had originally believed that this expert had either gone into seclusion or had died. He never imagined that she would actually appear in this boundless mountain range. A split second later, Yi Luotian seemed to have suddenly received a fright. He did not even dare to raise his head as he hastily turned around and retreated. He rapidly flew out of the Shilin mountain range as if he was fleeing. Leng Bingshuang's icy eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Luotian's departing figure. Moments later, her bright eyes turned and looked at the person behind her. "We can forget about what happened before, but now, you owe me again." Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes calmly stared at Xiao Yan in front of her as she spoke in an indifferent tone. Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly taken aback when he heard these words. Even though the latter's words still sounded icy cold, they seemed to be vastly different from before. This caused Xiao Yan to feel rather strange in his heart. "How do you want me to repay you?" In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes. His pitch-black and calm eyes were like deep waters as he stared at Leng Bingshuang. Their eyes met as Xiao Yan softly chuckled and asked, The four heavenly eagle brothers behind him as well as Bai Ying could not help but be startled when these words were spoken. The three heavenly eagle brothers were still all right, but Ah Bao and the current Bai Ying were incomparably shocked. They had personally witnessed just how terrifying this woman was. Even though she had not attacked, her aura alone was enough to scare away the sect leader of one of the four great sects, the Withered Leaf sect. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. However, even so, Xiaoyan was still able to laugh in the face of her indifferent words. This person was truly unbelievable. However, just as Ah Bao and Bai Ying thought that Ling Bingshuang would become angry, Ling Bingshuang's pretty face flushed red after exchanging glances with Xiaoyan. She hurriedly turned around and said in a displeased tone, "This king has not decided yet, but sooner or later I will definitely make you pay." "Definitely." A smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he nodded and spoke in a certain tone. Chapter 806. After sending Lung Bingshuang off with their eyes, it was a long while later before Tianying and the others slowly stood up. They glanced at the direction that Lung Bingshuang had left in and then looked at Xiaoyan. The brothers smiled at each other. Their smiles contained an unknown meaning. Beside them, Bai Ying also glanced at the direction that Lung Bingshuang had left in. He was deep in thought. At the same time, he could not help but feel surprised. After withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan's eyes turned and landed on Tianying and the other three brothers. After arriving in front of the four of them, Xiaoyan checked the injuries of Xionggang and the Flame Lion. Seeing that they had taken a turn for the better, he quietly sighed in relief. Although Yi Lutin's dry leaf goo could not be considered a true Tier 4 medicinal pill, it had an extremely obvious effect on healing injuries. If its usage was not too extreme, it could perhaps be used as a substitute for a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Moreover, its frightening ability to raise a cultivator's cultivation was something that even Xiaoyan was extremely shocked in his heart. If he did not have the heavenly flame to protect himself and help Tianying and the others get rid of the dry leaf grass within the dry leaf goo, it was likely that they would have become a weapon that Yi Luotian used to threaten him. "Brother Xiaoyan, they should be fine, right?" Tianying frowned as he looked at the two people beside him who had regained consciousness but whose faces were pale. His heart was still a little worried as he softly inquired Xiaoyan. "They are more or less fine. Next, they only need to recover for a period of time. With the aid of medicinal pills, they should be fine." Tianying nodded his head in relief after hearing Xiaoyan's words. He exchanged a smile with Ah Bao beside him. The relationship between the four of them had unknowingly become a little closer. If it was said that there was a thin barrier between Ah Bao and the three Tianying brothers before this, the four of them would be completely united after this matter. Ah Bao had stepped forward at the critical moment, causing the three brothers to truly acknowledge Ah Bao's existence in their hearts. From today onwards, there would no longer be 3 people guarding the Shilin mountain range but 4 people. Haha, I have to thank Mr. Xiaoyan for being able to advance to a 5-star Do-D this time around. By the side, Bai Ying also stepped forward with a smile. He politely cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and bowed slightly. His tone was filled with flattery. A glint flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted a smile as he said, "Bai is clan and we are. Now, we do not owe each other. And we do not owe each other anything now." We no longer Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he heard this. Xiaoyan's actions clearly indicated that he wanted to draw a line between them. Doing so would have both advantages and disadvantages for the Bai clan. Both parties coldly faced each other. This would undoubtedly give Bai Ying a perfect excuse when he returned. At that time, as long as he pushed all the blame onto Xiaoyan, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect would naturally not be able to tolerate him. He could even use this to worsen the relationship between the Heavenly Sword sect and Xiaoyan. Once the two parties engaged in a big battle in the future, his Bai clan could randomly find an excuse to stand by the side and reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be great? As long as they did not directly clash with Xiaoyan, it was impossible for him to attack his Bai clan. Other than this, everyone else other than Bai Ying from the Bai clan had died in the encirclement of Xiaoyan in the Shilin mountain range. This would unavoidably arouse the suspicion of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect. It was likely that his Bai clan would not be able to do anything in the near future. As for Lung Bingshuang's existence, Bai Ying did not plan to reveal it. Lung Bingshuang's appearance was all because of Yi Luotian. Once Lung Bingshuang was exposed and Yi Luotian was implicated, the cause of the deaths of the 4 great clans would be discovered. At that time, regardless of how the Heavenly Sword sect would treat his Bai clan, at the very least, the Withered Leaf sect would not easily let them off. Even now, fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled Yi Luotian's vicious nature. It was not difficult to imagine just how miserable the fate of the Bai family would be if they were targeted by Yi Luotian. Haha, but Brother Xiaoyan, you are really shocking. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leapt from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi. Such a fast training speed is likely one of a kind even in the entire Yuanwu continent. Brother Tian praises me too much. I was merely lucky to break through to a 4-star Dodi. It is just that I did not expect Yi Luoyan's withered leaf gu to be able to help me break through by another star. Xiaoyan smiled. At the end of his words, there was some ridicule in them. Yi Luotian had originally wanted to use the withered leaf gu to control Xiaoyan and the others. However, he did not expect that in the end, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did he fail to control Xiaoyan, he had even helped him raise his strength once again. This was simply giving him warmth. At this moment, Bai Ying also recovered. He raised his eyes and saw Xiaoyan happily chatting with Tian and the others. Seeing Xiaoyan's warm smile, the expression in Bai Ying's eyes involuntarily froze. A couple of breaths later, it turned into a soft sigh that sounded faintly in his heart. Xiaoyan's training talent could indeed be said to be unparalleled in the world. Bai Ying had lived for so many years and had heard of many things on the continent, even if he had not seen them. However, he had never heard of someone with such frightening training talent. In the future, Xiaoyan in front of him would definitely become a strong person of his generation. That so-called Tianju, the legend of the Western region, would sooner or later become a stepping stone on Xiaoyan's path to growth. The future of this black-robed young man in front of him was destined to be even more dazzling than now. Unfortunately, they were destined to be different people from the start. Xiaoyan was a passerby on Bai Zhan's path to growth. Bai Zhan was a witness on Xiaoyan's path to becoming a strong person. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them could not be compared. It was not that Bai Ying looked down on his son. This was indeed an indisputable fact. Brother Xiaoyan, do you have any plans after this? Tianning once again asked Xiaoyan after turning his head around. Xiaoyan paused when he heard this. After which, his eyes indifferently drifted to Bai Ying by the side. He parted his mouth and laughed. What? Patriarch Bai still does not plan on leaving? Bai Ying was startled and then he reacted. He clasped his fists at Xiaoyan and smiled. Since Mr. Xiaoyan has no intention of keeping me here, this one will leave now. With that, Bai Ying turned around without hesitation and flew out of the Shilin mountain range. Only after Bai Ying left did Xiaoyan withdraw his pitch-black eyes. Even though Xiaoyan did not view Bai Ying as an enemy, he knew that he had to be wary of such a person. From a certain point of view, Bai Ying's existence was not inferior to any of the 4 great clans. However, his way of doing things was indeed different. Old brother Tianning, if I remember correctly, you seem to have told me that there was something even more valuable than Tianju's cultivation inheritance in the Tianju ancient tomb, right? The sudden change in Xiaoyan's tone caused Tianning to be slightly startled. Soon after, he recovered. After musing for a moment, he nodded. His eyes looked at Xiaoyan in front of him and said, "Don't worry." That's right. I remember you specifically asked me the name of the cultivation method. It's called the Origin Returning Technique. Chapter 807. In the central region of the Yuanwu continent, the strange mirror, in a mysterious pitch-black space, suddenly began to tremble violently. Several pairs of eyes that were unable to discern the direction shot out from the darkness, their expressions filled with anticipation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the spatial tunnel in the middle of the mirror suddenly became distorted. Soon after, 3 human figures were spat out one after another. Among the 3 human figures, 2 of them were wrapped in black fog. They were the two mysterious strong people who had stepped into the Doqi continent. As for the remaining one, she was a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress who possessed a face that could topple the world. This woman was Sun Er. Unfortunately, Sun Er had already fainted during the process of passing through this spatial tunnel. At this moment, her pretty face was incomparably pale. It was completely bloodless. With Sun Er's Do Sheng strength, it was really difficult for her to endure this pressure under the control of the two Bandi experts. However, after seeing that the three of them had returned, a couple of soft exclamations were emitted from the surrounding dark space. What happened to all of you? Where is the key? Where is the key that I asked you to find? A dark, deep questioning voice was emitted from the darkness. It was not difficult to hear that this voice contained a fury. Sir, we did not find the key. Bang. The two people trembled as they spoke within the black fog. However, before their words sounded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The bodies of the two people appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. With a bang, they violently smashed into the invisible empty space. Fresh blood was immediately spat out from the mouths of the two people. It swiftly entered the empty space in front of them and was swiftly refined by a strange strength. See, sir, the key is not on the Doqi continent. The hearts of the two people were shocked. They nearly thought that they had stepped into the gates of hell. An instant later, they hurriedly reacted. If they did not speak clearly, it was likely that they would really die. What? If the key is not in the Doqi continent, then where is it? The voice in the darkness sounded extremely gloomy. The two people in the black fog, who had already sunk into serious injuries, hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred on the Doqi continent with trembling hearts. That fellow in the darkness finally withdrew the aura and pressure that he had emitted. In other words, not only can we confirm that the key is with Xiaoyan, but the Doqi continent has also given birth to 3 other half-emperors? Humph, a mere half-martial monarch is nothing but an ant. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. An ant is an ant, but it also depends on whether you have the ability to really kill him. Even if you want to kill him, there are still people watching covetously. Once that kid's identity is exposed and they protect him in advance, it will be troublesome. A few hoarse voices mocked each other in the darkness. The two half-emperors took the opportunity to consume a medicinal pill and hurriedly recover from the injuries within their bodies. A trace of joy involuntarily surged within their hearts. That great person had once told them that as long as they returned, he would guarantee that they would no longer have to worry about anything in the future. This was something that they clearly remembered. According to what you have said, the key is currently still with you. Have you not taken it back? Suddenly, a powerful voice was emitted from this dark space. In an instant, the mocking voices from a moment ago were completely swept away. The two half-emperors could clearly sense that their souls involuntarily trembled the moment that voice was transmitted over. The hearts of the two of them were both shocked and happy. They did not know just what would happen next, but they knew that their bitter days had finally come to an end. The two of you are planning to use her to threaten Xiaoyan to hand over the key? The voice was transmitted once again. The two fellows, who thought that they were smart, hurriedly nodded. However, they were unaware of the many pairs of eyes that were filled with cold laughter and ridicule in the surrounding darkness. Your idea is not bad. That voice spoke indifferently. The two of them immediately rejoiced in their hearts when they heard this. They hurriedly asked, "Sir, about the thing that you promised us, I will keep my word. From today onwards, the two of you do not need to care about anything in this world. You will be free of worries." This time, the two of them could clearly hear the change in emotion in the voice. Immediately, a chill rapidly rose from the bottom of their hearts. The chill was like the surface of a frozen lake, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. In the end, it turned into endless fear. Bang! Soon after, a deep explosion rang out. The two of them exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist that was quickly devoured by the surrounding space. As long as the two of you die, everything will be over. Similarly, I will be free of worries. This can be considered as fulfilling your wishes. The owner of the voice muttered in the darkness. A pair of scarlet eyes were actually able to emit a blood-like scarlet light in the darkness. In the end, they quietly closed. As for the other few, they seemed to have long become accustomed to such an outcome. They were all too clear about that person's methods. Yunwu Continent, Western Region, outside the Shilin Mountain Range. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed since the big battle in the Shilin Mountain Range. Only today did Xiao Yan leave the Shilin Mountain Range and head towards the west. That was where the Western Wastelands region was located. Back then, Tianying had once told Xiao Yan that there were 3 large halls within the Tianju ancient tomb. The 3 large halls respectively stored the cultivation inheritance of Tianju. In addition, there was also the inheritance of Tianju's spiritual essence. However, the thing that Xiao Yan was most concerned about was the last one. It was the qi method that Tianju practiced, the return to source skill. As he had only asked for the name back then, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that he knew that the return to source skill was related to Xiao Yan had to go to the Tianju ancient tomb no matter what. Although it was rumored in the outside world that all 3 of Tianju's famous Do skills had to be present in order to open the Tianju ancient tomb, Xiao Yan hoped to try his luck. Xiao Yan remembered that Murong Xianxian had once told him about a place called Shahipu. That place was an important area that connected the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands region. If one wanted to enter the Western Wastelands region, that place was a place that one must pass through. However, before that, Xiao Yan wanted to make a trip to Yen City. After all, Jin Yao was still there. After not seeing him for a few years, he did not know what she would think of him after seeing the current him. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a somewhat expectant smile when he thought of this. Chapter 808. A week later, a black-robed Xiao Yan once again arrived at the outskirts of Yen City. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the bustling city in front of him as he stood outside the city. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. After 5 years, he had returned to this place. Everything appeared to have not changed. He wondered if Jin Yao was the same as before. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan's footsteps did not linger as he strode towards the inner part of Yen City. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Yan arrived in front of an ancient-looking building a short while later. The 3 large words "Thousand Medicinal House" were written on the signboard on the door. Seeing this, the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily became even wider. Some scenes from a couple of years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. When he arrived in front of the Thousand Medicine shop, the main doors were open. The flow of people coming and going indicated that this business was booming. As the largest shop in Yen City, the daily profits of the Thousand Medicine shop were ranked among the top in Yen City. Thus, it was reasonable for there to be so many people here. After entering the Thousand Medicine shop, Xiao Yan first found the shop's manager. The latter immediately recognized Xiao Yan when he first saw him. However, due to Jin Yao's special instructions, Xiao Yan's identity was not discovered by outsiders. According to the manager, Xiao Yan found out that Jin Yao was not in the front of the Thousand Medicine shop. This situation had been going on for a long time. According to the manager's guess, Jin Yao should be in her own courtyard. As for why this happened so often, the elder did not elaborate. He only stared at Xiao Yan for a long time, as if he knew something, but also as if he did not know anything. With regards to this, Xiao Yan did not probe further. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he naturally had no reason to probe further. He could only turn around and head towards Yen City, towards Jin Yao's courtyard. After a short period of time, Xiao Yan arrived at this place. After pondering for a moment, he did not directly barge in. Instead, with a thought, the soul orb between his eyebrows trembled slightly as a formless spiritual force spread out and swiftly spread across the entire courtyard. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan's spiritual force locked onto a small courtyard. The small courtyard was not large. There were a few trees that were green all year round. There were stone tables and stone chairs in the courtyard, and flowers and grass were everywhere. There was a pond in the corner of the courtyard, and on the blue stone beside the pond, a beautiful woman in a red dress was sitting there with her legs crossed. As the cultivation method in her body circulated, The energy between heaven and earth uncontrollably gathered towards the woman in the red dress. From the looks of this lady's appearance, she was surprisingly the owner of the 1,000 medicinal house, Jin Yao. 5 years did not leave any scars on Jin Yao's beautiful face. Instead, it caused her to gain an additional mature charm. Additionally, her strength had finally advanced to a 3-star Do D after 5 years. With such strength, she could be considered a tyrant even in the western region. There were not many people who could touch her. Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the latter's appearance as she sat on the blue stone. That spot was where he had once sat and trained. Who is it? While Xiaoyan's emotions were fluctuating, Jin Yao, who was seated on the blue stone within the small courtyard, also instantly discovered the latter's spiritual probing. Although it was only for an instant, it caused the latter to feel a great threat. To be able to spread his soul strength to her side without her noticing, just from this point alone, the strength of the other party was absolutely not below Jin Yao's. In fact, it was extremely likely that the other party was even stronger than her. Don't tell me that the old man from the Zhao clan who will not die has broken through? Jin Yao's heart tightened. If it was that person, it would be troublesome. On the other side, Xiaoyan had also withdrawn his spiritual strength the moment Jin Yao discovered it. He involuntarily smiled awkwardly in his heart. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for Jin Yao to easily discover his spiritual strength. This was because the emotion in his heart had changed slightly earlier, creating a little fluctuation that allowed Jin Yao to discover his existence. However, since he had already been discovered, there was naturally no need for Xiaoyan to continue hiding. Cuckoo, it has been 5 years since we last met. I wonder how Jie Jin Yao has been? However, just as Jin Yao's pretty face was solemn as she looked all around, a clear laughter was suddenly transmitted from the sky above the courtyard. Soon after, the black-robed Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Xiaoyan, who had secretly appeared, caused Jin Yao's delicate body to tremble. She reflexively flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The dou qi in her body also began to swiftly circulate at this moment. However, in the next moment, Jin Yao's delicate body suddenly paused. Her entire mind abruptly surged. A pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at the face of the black-robed man in front of her. Her mind was like a bell ringing as she continuously recalled the words that the black-robed man had spat out. A few seconds later, Jin Yao's eyes quickly turned red. A thin layer of moisture could not help but swirl in her eyes. "You're still willing to come back?" Finally, Jin Yao could not help but reveal an aggrieved expression as she cried out to Xiaoyan. "Cuckoo, Jie Jin Yao, have you been well these past 5 years? I was almost worried to death by you." Jin Yao fiercely glared at Xiaoyan as she coquettishly pouted. In response, Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, he suddenly did not want to rest for so long. He had no choice but to do so in order to break through his strength. "Half a month ago, I heard that the 4 great clans sent people into the Shilin mountain range. We all guessed that they might be targeting you. However, seeing that you're safe and sound, it shouldn't be." Seeing that Xiaoyan had returned safe and sound, the large stone in Jin Yao's heart finally fell heavily. She let out a long sigh of relief and said with a light smile. After all, the 4 great clans had mobilized quite a number of people this time. If such a large-scale operation was only to capture a half-emperor-level Xiaoyan, why would he appear in front of her now? "Cuckoo, the person they wanted to capture was really me. However, they were unlucky and were left there forever by me." Hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiaoyan lightly scratched his head and said with a calm expression. When these words were said, Jin Yao could not help but be stunned. At the same time that she felt shocked in her heart, she was also endlessly suspicious. Jin Yao naturally understood what Xiaoyan meant by leaving them there forever. However, with Xiaoyan's strength, how was it possible for him to do so? "You said that you left them there forever. Don't tell me that they really went there to capture you?" Xiaoyan smiled and nodded gently to show his affirmation. "The ones leading them were all 4-star Do D. If you were able to leave them there, doesn't that mean that your cultivation is, huh?" Before the words from Jin Yao's mouth sounded, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart. Immediately, a faint aura swiftly spread from within his body. This pressure might not pose any threat to Jin Yao in front of him, but just this pressure was sufficient to let Jin Yao know his current cultivation level. This is the 5-star Do-D. In an instant, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on Jin Yao's pretty face. The shock in her heart was indescribable. Chapter 809. How did you do it? You actually leaped from a 6-star Bandi to a 5-star Do-D in 5 years. This is equivalent to an entire class. Jin Yao's pretty face was shocked as she stared at Xiao Yan in front of her. Even though she had clearly sensed the aura on Xiao Yan's body, she still did not dare to easily believe that the strength of this black-robed man in front of her had actually reached the level of a 5-star Do-D. This was really unbelievable. However, after hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Jin Yao finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yan's strength had soared. It was because he had swallowed the heavenly flame. TSK, heavenly flame is really mysterious. It can actually allow your strength to soar by so much. If there are a few more heavenly flames, won't your strength immediately soar and you will become an ultimate expert? Jin Yao's pretty eyes contained some excitement as she looked at Xiao Yan. It was as though she was that ultimate expert. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He sighed and said, "Swallowing a heavenly flame is not as simple as you think. I have spent quite a lot of effort in order to swallow the bone-chilling flame. I nearly lost my life during the process. If it were not because of some luck and confidence, I would not have been able to survive until now." Only after these words were spoken did Jin Yao pout her mouth and become quiet. Xiao Yan paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, let's not talk about how difficult and dangerous it is to refine a heavenly flame. Just finding a heavenly flame is also extremely difficult. Based on what I currently know, I only know that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. I am completely clueless about the rest. I don't even know the exact location of that heavenly flame. I can only be certain that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region." The confidence in Xiao Yan's words caused Jin Yao to be startled. She did not expect Xiao Yan to be so confident. However, she did not know that it was not that Xiao Yan was confident in this information. It was just that he believed in Gu Yu's words. If Gu Yu said that there was a heavenly flame, then there definitely was. What do you plan to do now? Head to the northern region to search for the heavenly flame? Jin Yao returned to her senses and frowned. Her tone was filled with reluctance as she carefully asked. "I plan to go to the western wasteland region first. There, I also have something I want to take back. No matter what." "Are you talking about that little girl called Murong Qianxian?" Jin Yao rolled her eyes. She never thought that she would say something like that. The moment she said those words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She wished she could swallow back the words she had just said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be slightly startled. If Jin Yao hadn't mentioned it, perhaps he really would have forgotten about that little girl. However, when Jin Yao saw Xiao Yan's startled appearance, she thought that he was concerned about what she had just said. She hastily opened her mouth to explain, her voice somewhat flustered. "Don't misunderstand. I just happened to overhear it. Who asked the two of you to talk behind me?" Her voice wasn't loud, but towards the end, it was inexplicably lingering with a hint of hidden bitterness. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. He didn't care about this at all. Soon after, he lifted his gaze and looked towards Jin Yao, smiling as he said, "Sister Jin Yao, you don't need to think too much. The thing I am referring to is a very important accessory to me and not a person. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Murong Qianxian. Instead, it has something to do with an elder of mine." At this point, Xiao Yan no longer spoke. He lifted his head and looked towards the sky, his heart filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was slightly startled. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yan's startled expression. This expression didn't contain any romantic feelings. Instead, it was a kind of reverence. Just like Xiao Yan had said, it was an elder of his. "Jin Yao, get out here and accept your death." However, at this moment, an earth-shaking roar was transmitted over from the sky above Yen City like a thunderclap, causing the city below to tremble slightly. Immediately, everyone in the city was greatly alarmed. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a gray-robed elder standing in the sky. His turbid old eyes swept back and forth across the city below. In the blink of an eye, he had already determined Jin Yao's location. Jin Yao. 3 years. This old man has waited for 3 years. Today is the day that you will pay with your blood. The instant he saw Jin Yao, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the elder's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that ruthlessly pressed down on Jin Yao in the city below. When he saw this scene, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. The dou qi in his body swiftly circulated as he prepared to take action to suppress the elder. However, in the next moment, another powerful aura appeared and forcefully suppressed the aura of the gray-robed elder in the sky. This sudden situation caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. He turned his head to look and a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. This was because the person who had intervened was actually the chairman of the Tianyun auction house, Dong Chuan. The Tianyun auction house has always been neutral and will not intervene in any disputes between factions. Why would he intervene for you? Could it be that this uncle has taken a liking to you, Jin Yaojie? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Soon after, his face was full of smiles as he teased Jin Yao. When the latter heard this, her pretty face turned red as she stepped forward. Her jade-like hand pinched Xiao Yan's waist. Immediately, the expression on Xiao Yan's face twisted violently as he repeatedly cried out and begged for mercy. Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Jin Yao hatefully scolded. Only then did she turn her face and look at the gray-robed elder in the sky. A cold light gradually condensed in her beautiful eyes. Let's go up and take a look. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan also put away his playful thoughts. Amidst Jin Yao's soft cry, he grabbed the latter's jade-like hand. His figure moved and instantly swept into the sky. Chairman Dong Chuan, what do you mean by this? 3 years ago, you stopped me from killing this woman to avenge my son. 3 years later, you still intend to stop me? In the sky, seeing that Dong Chuan had actually stopped his actions once again, the gray-robed elder's wrinkled old face immediately revealed a trace of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the strength of the person in front of him, he would have already charged forward. Zhao Mian, your son's death was originally an accident. Why do you keep pestering Jin Yao? 3 years ago, I sent you away because I wanted you to reflect on yourself. I didn't expect that 3 years later, you would still be so obstinate. Dong Chuan looked at the gray-robed elder opposite him with a solemn expression. What bullshit misunderstanding! This old man's son died because of this woman. At that time, the servant who reported clearly said that the person who chased after my son to stop him was this woman. But you also said that your son was also chasing after someone at that time. Perhaps it was because of her that your son died? How is that possible? How could a mere pseudo-emperor be my son's match? In the sky, Dong Chuan and the old man were arguing endlessly. It was also at this moment that 2 figures strode into the sky like bolts of lightning and stood between the 2 of them. Ihi, your son is Zhao Xian? Who are you? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the gray-robed elder immediately replied in a deep voice. You weren't wrong earlier. Your son did indeed die at my hands. Ignoring Zhao Mian's words, Xiao Yan faintly smiled as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. Following Xiao Yan's words, the expressions on the faces of Zhao Mian and Dong Chuan in the sky froze. Chapter 8:10. Who are you? In the sky, the gray-robed old man's turbid old eyes stared intently at the black-robed, young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The expression on his old face was both shocked and furious when he heard the words that were spat out from the latter's mouth. Old Zhao is really old. Old people tend to forget things. Back then, you had recognized my identity without revealing yourself. Why is it that you are asking me who I am now that we have met? Xiao Yan held Jin Yao's tender white hand in the empty sky. He faced the gray-robed old man with a cold smile in front of the latter's shy eyes. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule. This old man in front of him was surprisingly the 2-star Do Di from the Zhao clan whom Xiao Yan had met back in Sulon City. However, back then he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 3-star Do Di class and did not have the time to bother with Xiao Yan. Only then was Xiao Yan able to leave. It was unexpected that he was actually Zhao Xian's father. If it was not because Zhao Mian had mentioned that his son was chasing after a bandit and that Jin Yao had chased after him to stop him, Xiao Yan might not have thought of this point. Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that Dong Chuan, who was behind Xiao Yan and Jin Yao, suddenly cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with excitement. He had also heard about the matter of the 4 great clans sending people to barge into the Shilin mountain range half a month ago. At that time, he had immediately thought of Xiao Yan. However, he did not expect that he would actually meet him again in Yen City half a month later. Cuckoo, old brother Dong Chuan, it has been 5 years since we last met. How have you been? Xiao Yan smiled and turned his head when he heard Dong Chuan's exclamation. His face revealed a warm smile. The icy cold appearance from a moment ago had completely disappeared. It's really you. Seeing Xiao Yan with his own eyes caused Dong Chuan to be pleasantly surprised. A moment ago, his face still had a solemn expression, but in the next moment, it revealed an excited expression. This 180-degree change in an instant caused everyone in the city below to be involuntarily stunned. However, when they heard the name that came out of Dong Chuan's mouth, they immediately reacted. No wonder this black-robed young man was able to cause an expert of Dong Chuan's level to cry out in surprise. It turns out that he was Xiao Yan, whose name shook the western region 5 years ago. Xiao Yan, he's actually Xiao Yan. Rumor has it that he was captured by the 4 great clans 5 years ago. Why would he suddenly appear here? What do you mean he's dead? Back then, when he was surrounded by the 4 great clans, he fled into the forest. In order to not be caught, he hid for 5 years before daring to come out. That's right. I heard that half a month ago, the 4 great clans once again sent people to approach the Shilin mountain range. They were most likely sent to capture Xiao Yan. However, I did not expect that Xiao Yan had already escaped. He's really lucky. In a moment, the city below became noisy. All kinds of discussions continuously buzzed in the sky above Yen City, just like a swarm of bees flying in the sky. However, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, did not seem to care at all. Dong Chuan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he stepped forward. His gaze swept across the black mass of people in the city below as a trace of apology involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Brother Xiao Yan, it's fine. Let him be. When he saw this, Xiao Yan chuckled in an unconcerned manner. As of now, as long as the 4 great sects did not join forces, it was already very difficult for them to pose much of a threat to him. The reason why Yi Luotian was able to seize the opportunity at the Shilin mountain range previously was because he had placed all his attention on the 4 great clans. In a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for any of the 4 great sects, Xiao Yan was confident that he had the ability to completely protect himself. Hence, whether his identity was exposed or not was no longer important to him. When he saw Xiao Yan's confident appearance, Dong Chuan's heart was filled with doubt. Then, his gaze turned and once again looked towards Zhao Mian. At this moment, the flesh on the latter's old face involuntarily twitched intensely after hearing Dong Chuan's words. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, whose identity had been exposed by him back then and who had been chased by Zhao Xian, would actually appear here so coincidentally. Moreover, Xiao Yan had once again gotten involved with his Zhao clan. Zhao Mian's heart tightened slightly when he sensed the gazes that Xiao Yan's group shot over. Not long ago, he had broken through to the advanced 3-star Do Di class. Moreover, he had rushed over to Yen City with a murderous look the moment he came out of his retreat. His goal was to kill Jin Yao and take revenge for his dead son. However, he had never expected that things would end up like this. Zhao Mian, your son was vicious and merciless. He had viciously chased after Xiao Yan for the bounty offered by the 4 great sects. In the end, he had caused his own death. This can be considered as him reaping what he sowed. In this continent, endless greed will always have a price to pay. Your son is the best proof. Jin Yao took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes stared at Zhao Mian as she spoke in a dense tone, twisting words and forcing logic. Xiao Yan, you have killed the son of the old me. Today, the old me shall take your life as a sacrifice to him. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Zhao Mian's face was distorted as he stared fiercely at Xiao Yan. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely forcefully kill Xiao Yan today even if Dong Chuan were to stand in front of him. After his voice sounded, Zhao Mian's body shook. The aura within his body surged and the long gray robe that he was wearing moved without any wind. An extremely powerful force and pressure also surged out from his body, transforming into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread across the sky above Yen City. Zhao Miayu, old brother Dong Chuan, allow me to do it myself. Seeing Zhao Mian in this manner, Dong Chuan immediately frowned. With Zhao Mian's advanced 3-star Do-Di strength, how could Xiao Yan be his match? However, just as Dong Chuan was about to step forward, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and stopped him with a hand. Immediately, Dong Chuan took 2 steps forward under the latter's somewhat worried gaze. His expression was calm as he looked at Zhao Mian opposite him. Behind him, Jin Yao's face carried ridicule as she looked at Zhao Mian. Her pair of pretty eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Seeing this, Dong Chuan by the side could not help but frown. His face revealed a suspicious expression as he said, Brother Xiao Yan does not appear to be someone who likes to show off. However, by doing this, what exactly is... Chairman, continue watching. You will soon know. Moreover, the expression on that fellow's face will definitely be very interesting in a while. Jin Yao did not directly reply to Dong Chuan's question. She pursed her red lips and smiled as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes emitted a bright light, as though she was proud. Almost at the same time, Zhao Mian's frightening aura that belonged to an advanced 3-star Do-Di violently attacked Xiao Yan like a storm. From the looks of it, the latter seemed to want to rely on this pressure alone to completely suppress Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, today, the old me will take revenge for my son. Zhao Mian's old face was densely cold. A powerful aura violently pressed down on Xiao Yan's head. It was just like an invisible mountain, its aura frightening. However, Xiao Yan still maintained a calm expression in the face of this. He did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in his emotions because of the pressure above his head. In the next moment, when the pressure suddenly fell, Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes suddenly lifted. Immediately, an incomparably sharp invisible aura instantly cut through the pressure above his head like a sharp sword. Soon after, his dense gaze landed on Zhao Mian's body. The coldness that filled Zhao Mian's eyes was about to turn into a substance. In an instant, it caused Zhao Mian's entire body to feel a deep chill. It was as though he was in a 10,000-year-old ice house. He was incomparably terrified. At the same time, the expression on Dong Chuan's face behind Xiao Yan suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 8:11. In the sky above Yen City, Xiao Yan had only used one gaze to instantly break Zhao Mian's aura and pressure. It was like a sword that could cut through metal like mud, cutting through duckweed on the surface of the water. It did not cause the slightest ripple. All of this appeared to be so natural. However, at the same time this scene appeared, everyone in Yen City, other than Jin Yao, were stunned. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they stared intently at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with an expression of disbelief. The appearance of this scene was really hard to imagine and hard to believe. The aura and pressure of a 3-star Do-Di had actually been instantly broken by just one gaze. This was a 3-star Do-Di. Even in the entire Western region, he was a person who stood at the top of the pyramid. It was not that there were no people in the entire Western region who could contend with him, but they were only a small minority. However, the thing that caused them to not dare to imagine was that Xiao Yan seemed to be merely a bandit. Xiao Yan had disappeared for 5 years, causing these people's impression of him to ultimately remain from 5 years ago. Indeed, Xiao Yan was merely a 6-star bandit 5 years ago. With such strength, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for an advanced 3-star Do-Di. However, 5 years. This extremely short yet long period of time might not be considered much in the eyes of these self-proclaimed experts, but it was sufficient for Xiao Yan to change many things. For example, his current cultivation had leaped from a 6-star Bandi 5 years ago to a 5-star middle-stage Dodi. Such a large contrast was indeed hard to believe. It was no wonder that these people would reveal such an expression on their faces. As for Zhao Mian, his old face was also filled with a dumbfounded expression. His mouth was wide open, as if his entire jaw was about to be dislocated. His pair of deeply sunken old eyes suddenly protruded outwards. His eyeballs were swollen outwards as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The muscles on his tanned old face were tense, stiff like a statue. Waves of cold sweat uncontrollably flowed down from his temples. The breathing at the tip of his nose also seemed to have become sluggish at this moment. His entire person looked like a dried corpse. His appearance was extremely frightening. Xiaoyan, Brother Xiao Yan, your cultivation, haha, not long ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of a 5-star Dodi. However, compared to Brother Dong Chuan, it is still lacking by quite a bit. Hearing the shocked words from behind him, a slight smile appeared on Little Silver's face. His appearance was completely harmless. Where was the dense killing intent from a moment ago? You fellow, your training speed is really frightening. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leaped from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi. TSK, I really don't know how you train. Hearing Xiao Yan's admission, Dong Chuan could not help but curl his lips. His gaze swept up and down Xiao Yan's body as he spoke with a face full of praise. I was just lucky. Hearing this, Xiao Yan once again smiled. He gently scratched his head but did not provide any further explanation. Hearing such vague words, Dong Chuan was not in a position to ask any more questions. He could only continue to praise a few more times before withdrawing his gaze. 5-star Dodi middle stage. Following the sound of Xiao Yan's words, not only Dong Chuan, but even Zhao Mian, who was standing in the air in a daze, felt an endless amount of fear in his heart at this moment. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Xiao Yan's strength would actually leap from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi within 5 years. Even in the entire Western continent, there were not many experts of this level. The thing that caused Zhao Mian to feel the most fear was that given Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him if he wanted to. Even though they were both elite Dodi, if they were to truly compare, it was completely impossible for an advanced 3-star Dodi like him to be a match for an intermediate 5-star Dodi like Xiao Yan. Between elite Dodi, the gap between each line was as large as a chasm. This was not something that a half-emperor could compare with. Even though they were both elite Dodi, if there was a slight gap between their cultivations, just this point alone would be enough to allow the other party to suppress you. Normally speaking, the strength of an intermediate 3-star Dodi would definitely not be a match for an advanced 3-star Dodi, much less a 4-star Dodi or a 5-star Dodi. Hence, with Zhao Mian's strength, he naturally did not have the courage to face Xiao Yan, who had already reached the intermediate 5-star Dodi level. Hence, after witnessing Xiao Yan's frightening move, Zhao Mian's heart had already given birth to the thought of retreating. In a battle between the strong, even if it was just a face-to-face exchange, many things could be expressed. Just from that glance from Xiao Yan earlier, this battle had actually ended before it had even begun. Old Zhao, may I know if you still plan to continue fighting? If you are willing, I won't mind. I'm just afraid that your Zhao clan will be removed from the western region from now on. You dare to threaten me? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a furious expression immediately surfaced on Zhao Mian's old face. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. If you want to be more direct, I can also choose not to threaten you. The instant Xiao Yan spat out these words, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A sharp Do-Chi pillar immediately shot out from Xiao Yan's fingertip. Like an arrow, it carried a lightning-like speed and arrived in front of Zhao Mian in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhao Mian's old face immediately turned pale with fright. His heart was filled with fear as he hurriedly retreated. Finally, that Do-Chi pillar entered empty space and disappeared in a flash. Even though this was the case, it still caused Zhao Mian to be extremely shocked. If you don't want to die, it is still not too late to turn around now. Disappear from my sight within 10 breaths. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being vicious. Xiao Yan's face once again recovered its coldness. He did not feel any pity in his heart when facing the person in front of him. The reason why he did not kill him was because he felt that there was no need to do so. If it was in the past, a 3-star Dodi would indeed be a problem. However, at this moment, a 3-star Dodi was nothing in front of him. It would not change whether he left such a person alive or not. Since he had the ability to easily kill Zhao Mian today, he would not care about him in the future. Of course, if this old man insisted on going his own way, Xiao Yan would not mind sending him off. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, enough. This old man will just leave. However, you must remember that this matter is not over. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths were almost up. Zhao Mian's heart also became increasingly anxious. Only at the last moment did he viciously throw down these words. Immediately, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly turned around and swiftly left in the direction he had come from. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan coldly withdraw his gaze. He turned his eyes and looked at the two people behind him. At the same time, the indifferent expression on his face also swiftly changed. The instant he turned around, he had already recovered his warm appearance. His amiable appearance was completely different from a moment ago. Chapter 8:12. Xiao Yan and the other two were standing within Jin Yao's mansion in Yen City. At this moment, an old man's figure slowly descended from the sky above the mansion. Haha, little brother Xiao Yan, it has been 5 years since we last met. Your strength has soared. You have actually already reached the 5-star Dodi class. You have really caused these old bones of mine to lose face. Before the person arrived, a hearty laughter had already been transmitted from a great distance and reverberated unceasingly within this small courtyard. This person was naturally the manager of the Tianyun auction house, Fang Qian. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Fang Qian's cultivation had already stepped into the initial level of a 4-star Dodi. He could be considered the second strongest person within Yen City. However, compared to Xiao Yan's soaring cultivation, Fang Qian's strength was clearly insufficient. Seeing the person who had arrived, Xiao Yan and Dong Chuan, who were seated beside the stone table, smiled at each other. They stood up together and looked at Fang Qian. On the other side, Jin Yao took out a couple of exquisite jade cups from her room and filled them with tea. Her footsteps were light as she walked over. Elder brother, you're being too humble. I was just lucky enough to obtain my current cultivation level. Elder brother Fang Qian, you're getting more and more energetic even though you've not seen me for 5 years. Haha, this little fellow is trying to change the topic. Fang Qian descended and laughed out loud. After which, his eyes flashed as he saw Jin Yao strolling over while holding a cup of tea. A surprised expression involuntarily flashed across his old eyes. He exchanged glances with Dong Chuan and the two of them involuntarily smiled. Immediately, Fang Qian took the opportunity when Jin Yao placed down the jade cup and walked away to softly tease Xiao Yan with a smile. TSK, little brother Xiao Yan is really outstanding. Jin Yao Xiaojie can be considered one of the strongest people in Yen City. Usually, she would not be so warm even when facing the two of us. Today, when she saw little brother Xiao Yan, she actually became as obedient as a little wife. Haha. Xiao Yan was startled. He could not help but smile awkwardly. After which, he smiled bitterly and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of your younger brother like that. I treat her like an elder sister, so naturally, she only treats me like a younger brother. Our relationship is just that of siblings. Dong Chuan and Jin Yao were immediately startled when these words were uttered. Their gazes swiftly met for an instant before they laughed out loud. Fang Qian's gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Jin Yao. He quietly said in his heart, Brat, you treat her as your big sister, but do you know what she treats you as? Next, the three of them casually chatted for a while. When they talked about Xiao Yan's next destination, the expressions on Dong Chuan and the other man's faces could not help but change slightly. What? You want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by yourself? Yes, because there's something very important waiting for me to retrieve it. Facing Feng Qian, Xiaoyan nodded his head and said with a determined expression on his face. But you should also know that if you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, you must first gather the 3 famous Do techniques of Tianju. Only by using the 3 Do techniques together can you open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Just relying on one of them is impossible. How would I know if I don't give it a try? If I reject it without seeing the result with my own eyes, wouldn't that be too hasty? Even if my sky extinction steps alone can't open the sky extinction ancient tomb, I must personally give it a try. Dong Chuan and Jin Yao repeatedly dissuaded him. However, Xiao Yan's stance was firm. No matter what, he must make a trip to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Even if he could not open it in the end, he wanted to personally prove it. When the 2 brothers saw how firm Xiao Yan was, they could only helplessly sigh. Cuckoo, the 2 of you can relax. If I really can't open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, I can just turn back. Don't tell me that the 2 of you don't believe in my strength? Hearing this, Dong Chuan and Jin Yao smiled and nodded. They did not doubt Xiao Yan's strength at all. When he was a Bandi, he was able to cause a Do-Di to suffer and even kill a Do-Di. Now that his strength had reached a 5-star Do-Di, Xiao Yan's fighting strength would only be even more frightening than before. Currently, even in the entire Western region, the number of people who could fight with Xiao Yan could be counted with one's fingers. When do you plan to leave? 3 days later. Xiao Yan's face revealed a smile as he replied without the slightest hesitation. While the words were being spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, he did not notice that Jin Yao, whose lovely body was wrapped under a red dress, was staring at him with a pair of startled pretty eyes a short distance behind him. A complicated expression was revealed deep within her eyes. Finally, she turned around in a lonely manner and walked to the side of the pond by herself. At the same time, the 4 large sects on Qingshan Mountain finally began to move. The Sky Sword Gate's territory. 4 human figures were standing in the meeting hall. The expressions on their faces were somewhat gloomy, especially the chief of the Sky Sword Gate, Jian Ming. His eyes contained a surging killing intent that could not be contained. It is unexpected that the speed of that brat's growth is actually this fast. In just a short couple of years, his strength has already reached a 5-star Do-Di. That brat's strength was already extraordinary when he was a Bandi. He was known for his strength that far surpassed those of the same level. With his current strength, it is likely that he can already fight with a 6-star Do-Di. What should we do now? A couple of days ago, someone came to report that he has already left the Shilin Mountain range and is heading west. I wonder what he is planning. Hey Wujian, the western side is the territory of your battle sect. A couple of years ago, I heard that Xiao Yan had a fight with a deacon of your battle sect. Don't tell me that he is targeting you? That somewhat heavy voice had just sounded when a cold laugh was emitted from the mouth of another person. Jian Ming, you should take care of yourself. Just Xiao Yan alone does not have the ability to barge into my battle sect. That may not be the case. I heard that the brat is also a physical body practitioner. Not only is his Do Qi outstanding, but his physical body is also quite strong. Additionally, he is also an alchemist. Jian Ming laughed strangely when he heard this. His face was filled with a cold smile. I think that your Sky Sword Gate is afraid after being beaten by Xiao Yan. All you can say is how strong Xiao Yan is. You really boost his morale. What did you say? Enough. The most important thing now is how to deal with Xiao Yan and not us being unreasonable here. Of course, if any of you wish to deal with Xiao Yan alone and are unwilling to join forces, you can step forward now. We will go our separate ways and see who will have the last laugh. Chen Zhen suddenly stepped forward while the 2 of them were arguing endlessly. He stopped the 2 of them with a single sentence. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere once again calmed down. Could he have gone to the western wastelands? Suddenly Yilutin, who had been silent all this while, carefully swept his gaze over the 3 people in front of him as he awkwardly asked. Yi Lian's sudden words successfully attracted the gazes of the three people. This was especially the case when he mentioned the Western Wastelands. Their hearts involuntarily thought of the Tianju ancient tomb when he mentioned this. Could it be that he would really go to the Western Wastelands? This doubt immediately rose in the hearts of the four of them. It is very likely. Although the battle martial sect is located in the Western Wastelands, Xiaoyan alone will not be able to threaten them. How can the power of an entire sect be resisted by him alone? However, since that is the case, there is only one reason why Xiaoyan is heading towards the Western Wastelands. The Western Wastelands. He wants to open the Tianju ancient tomb by himself. What a joke. Since he wants to go, let him go. As long as we intercept him at the place he must pass and take the Tianju steps back, we will be able to eliminate Xiaoyan and obtain the Tianju steps. When we open the Tianju ancient tomb, everything inside will belong to the four sects. Wouldn't that be great? After the three of them spoke, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. However, they had completely forgotten about Yi Luotian. It was as if their three sects had never included him in their plans from the very beginning. Unfortunately, while the three sects had such thoughts, Yi Luotian also had such thoughts. He had purposely pointed out Xiaoyan's motive so that the three sects would intercept Xiaoyan. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Right now, Yi Luotian was this fisherman. Chapter 8:13. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed and Xiaoyan was about to embark on his journey to the western desolated region. During these 3 days, Xiaoyan was able to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation and contentment. There was no conflict, no training and no one to disturb him. He did not need to think about anything and this was the first time in a long time that Xiaoyan was able to relax. During these 3 days, Xiaoyan ate and slept in the small courtyard and Jin Yao did not leave either. His days were spent like a simple and ordinary person. He did not need to worry about how to survive and did not need to worry about others wanting to kill him. He could watch the sun rise in the morning and enjoy the sunset in the evening. It was a leisurely and carefree life. However, such leisurely days were always short. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye and now, it was time to leave. The morning light scattered across the land, gradually expelling the darkness of the night. The entire continent once again regained its vitality and was filled with vigor. Although it was only early in the morning, Yen City was already crowded with people. As the most prosperous city in this region, it was not surprising for Yen City to have such a scene. Yen City's western gate. Xiaoyan, Jin Yao and the rest were standing in the air. Xiaoyan was facing the east. The slowly rising sun was like a huge fireball, emitting a fiery red glow that shone on Xiaoyan's face, causing the latter's fair complexion to have an additional rosy glow. "Are you leaving already?" Dong Chuan frowned slightly. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually leave so early. The sun had just risen and he was already planning to leave. All of this seemed incomparably hurried and they did not seem to have done anything, nor did they have the time to do anything. Amongst the few of them, especially Jin Yao, her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of her. She could not even bear to blink as the latter's face was deeply engraved in her mind. She did not know when they would meet again after today. No one knew. Unknowingly, the atmosphere between the few of them gradually became heavy. After a short reunion, they had to leave in a hurry. No one could bear such a scene. Don't worry everyone. Regardless of whether I succeed in this trip to the Western Wasteland region or not, I will return. See you then. Xiaoyan could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere at this moment. In order to not aggravate each other's feelings, he could only pretend to be relaxed and smile. Immediately, he turned around in the air and flew towards the west. Xiaoyan! The next moment, Jin Yao suddenly cried out involuntarily just as Xiaoyan was about to turn around. Hearing this, Xiaoyan, who had just turned around, was slightly taken aback. He raised his eyebrows slightly and then slowly turned around, looking at Jin Yao with a puzzled expression. "No matter what, you must come back." Jin Yao's pretty face flushed red. She did not expect that she would cry out. However, since things had already developed to this point, she could only blush and say the words in her heart. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Soon after, he nodded and smiled. His gaze swept across the two elders beside him as a glint flitted across the depths of his eyes. At the same time, the Dongchuan duo also nodded their heads in understanding. Only then did Xiao Yan turn around, the tip of his foot gently pushing off the air. With a leap, his figure instantly transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt as he flew towards the western horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared before the trio's eyes. In the sky above Yen City, 3 figures gazed in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Even though that black figure had already disappeared into the horizon, the 3 of them were still standing in the sky in a daze as they sent off Xiao Yan with their eyes. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Yan did not stop at all. It could be said that he did not stop at all. According to Xiao Yan's words, traveling was a method of training. He was only using his greatest ability to display this method as much as possible. On one hand, it was to hasten the journey. On the other hand, it was to train himself and to condense the Do Qi in his body. When he reached Yen City, he was already not too far away from Shahapu. Of course, this was a straight distance. Under the condition that he did not change his course, Xiao Yan would be able to successfully reach Shahapu in approximately 3 days. However, the first problem in front of him was the battle sect. Within the Shilin region, the western region near Shahapu was the territory of the battle sect. In other words, if Xiao Yan wanted to reach Shahapu, he would first have to pass through the battle sect's territory. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan would have to choose to take a detour. In that way, the time he would have to use would be delayed by a week. This would naturally delay the time that Xiao Yan needed to reach the western wasteland region. However, as of now, Xiao Yan's strength was no longer the same as before. If he wanted to pass through the battle sect's territory, he could just walk. With Xiao Yan's current speed, it was likely that even the sect leader, Wu Jitian, could not match up to him in the battle sect. 5 days after Xiao Yan left Yen City, he arrived at the battle sect's territory. Compared to the Sky Sword sect's territory, this place was not much different. However, as the area was gradually getting closer to the western wasteland region, it caused the environment to gradually become drier. One could see many people dressed in rough clothes on the streets. The temperature in the air had clearly increased. In this place, other than a few people who were strong enough, most people chose to wear fewer clothes. This would make them more comfortable. However, the change in temperature did not have much effect on Xiao Yan. With the protection of the heavenly flame, no matter how high the temperature was, it would be completely absorbed by his heavenly flame. To Xiao Yan, there was no difference as he walked through this land. Looking at the city below, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of stopping. His target was the western wasteland region. Along the way, he left all the cities far behind. This was also one of the reasons why he could reach the battle sect's territory so quickly. Swish! The sun high in the sky was like a flame, emitting an extremely hot temperature. The faces of the people on the ground were flushed red. The remaining clothes on their bodies were drenched in perspiration. Suddenly, a human figure flashed across the sky with a lightning-like speed. Soon after, a wave of strong wind attacked, causing the expressions of the people in the city below to change drastically. Such a large movement naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of strong people in the city. This was especially the case for some Do D-class experts. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw the frightening speed of this person. At the same time, an old man wearing yellow armor in a large hall to the west suddenly sensed Xiao Yan's existence. Although he was unable to find out where Xiao Yan's strength was due to the isolation of the black robe, the latter's frightening speed similarly caused people to not dare to be careless in their hearts. Seeing that the human figure was about to arrive in front of the large hall, the expression in the yellow-robed old man's turbid eyes suddenly became stern. The sect leader had just sent a message a day ago, instructing him to intercept anyone who came from the east with the intention of passing through the territory of the battle sect. Within a short day, he had already intercepted more than 10 people. At this moment, he had met another person. Although his heart was filled with suspicion, he did not dare to easily disobey the sect leader's words. On the other side, Just as Xiao Yan was swiftly flying forward, the calm empty space 1,000 feet away suddenly rippled in all directions. Circular spatial ripples swiftly spread in all directions like waves. Soon after, an old man wearing a yellow robe slowly appeared in the empty space and blocked Xiao Yan's path. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, gradually slowed down. A coldness surged deep within his eyes. He immediately raised his eyes and faced the yellow-robed old man on the other side. "May I know who you are and why have you come to my battle sect?" Although the two of them were 1,000 feet apart, they could clearly see each other. The only thing that was lacking was that Xiao Yan's body was hidden under a large black robe, causing others to be unable to identify his true appearance. "Xiao Yan, please advise." Chapter 8:14. Swish. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and his entire body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the yellow-robed old man. The figure in the air suddenly twisted and a heavy whip kick, wrapped in the astral wind, carried a terrifying might that seemed to be able to cut through everything and fiercely landed on the yellow-robed old man's head. Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of the people from the 4 major sects. Since both sides had already chosen to stand on opposite sides, Xiao Yan naturally did not need to show any mercy. Every move was aimed at taking a life. This kind of battle was the most cruel. Life or death, this was the law of life. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not hesitate to make a move against him, the expression on the old man's face could not help but instantly change. The dou qi in his body crazily surged. The moment the whip kick landed on the old man's head, the old man's body explosively retreated backwards. His hands reflexively blocked above his head, and the vigorous dou qi condensed into a dou qi shield, using it to block Xiao Yan's attack. Bang! Although the old man's reaction was not slow, in the face of Xiao Yan's sky extinction step, which could be said to be a terrifying agility dou skill, his speed still seemed to be a little slower. In the end, Xiao Yan's attack heavily landed between the old man's arms. The shield condensed from dou qi could only block for a short moment before it broke. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's leg that was filled with power heavily bombarded the old man's arm. As the attack landed, the old man's body uncontrollably retreated backwards rapidly until he was 100 feet away. Only then did he stop in a sorry state. The old man's expression was grave as he lowered his head to look. He saw that the sleeves between his arms had been completely shattered in the collision just now. On each of his 2 skinny arms, there was a scarlet wound that could see blood. Although this old man had been caught off guard during the first collision, he was able to determine that the cultivation of Xiao Yan in front of him was likely not below his own based on this. Thinking of this, cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the old man's forehead. Recently, he had also heard about Xiao Yan. Ever since he knew that the people from the 4 major clans under the Heavenly Sword sect had disappeared together in the Shilin mountain range, his heart was filled with shock towards Xiao Yan. He had never seen such a person who was able to kill 7 Dou-Di experts with his own strength. This was simply inconceivable. However, now that he had seen Xiao Yan in front of him, he realized that Xiao Yan's strength was even stronger than his. Under such a comparison, the old man's heart gradually had an answer. "You are Xiao Yan?" "Yes, I am." Following the words from the yellow-robed old man's mouth, Xiao Yan was expressionless as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the yellow-robed old man's expression was grave as he nodded. Immediately, he flipped his palm and a light flickered in his palm. The moment a white jade scroll appeared, it was crushed by the yellow-robed old man. At the same time, numerous figures swiftly shot over from the huge buildings below. In the blink of an eye, they were already suspended in the sky and stood side by side with the yellow-robed old man. They lined up and blocked Xiao Yan's path. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little when he saw this scene. His gaze swept over these people in front of him one by one. The corner of his mouth contained a slight smile. At this moment, there were a total of 9 elite Dou-Di standing in front of Xiao Yan. Other than the yellow-robed old man who was an intermediate 6-star Dou-Di, the rest of them were all 5-star Dou-Di. The weakest among them was an initial 5-star Do-D. There were even 2 advanced 5-star Do-D. This kind of lineup was sufficient to sweep aside any ordinary faction in the Western region. Even any of the 4 large sects would have to give in when faced with such a lineup. Your identity is special. How would our battle sect dare to slight you? We have already received orders from the sect leader. If we encounter Mr. Xianxia attempting to pass through our battle sect, we must stop you at this place no matter what. The yellow-robed old man cupped his hands to Xianxia to express his respect. They had already thrown away their face by using numbers to bully such a strong person. He also did not wish to throw away the remaining face of his old self. Kukuo said, "Since it is the sect leader of the battle sect who has personally given the order, let them come. Coincidentally, I have just broken through to the 5-star Do-D class and do not know where my limit is. Let me see it clearly. Do you plan to come one by one, or do you plan to come together?" Xianxia raised his eyes. The smile from a moment ago no longer existed. A sharpness surged within his dark black eyes, giving people an extremely heavy pressure. "Brat, how arrogant! You are merely an intermediate 5-star Do-D. Allow me to deal with you." Xianxia's words had just sounded when a strong old man from the group of 9 immediately stepped forward. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xianxia. After the words were spat out from his mouth, a puff sound was heard. A crimson-yellow Do-Chi suddenly rose from the surface of his body. At the same time, the aura and pressure that belonged to an advanced 5-star Do-D spread out from this old man's body. No wonder he was so overbearing. With the strength of an advanced 5-star Do-D, an ordinary 5-star Do-D was nothing in his eyes. However, the person he was currently facing was Xianxia. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly shook. At the same time that he clenched his fists tightly, his originally strong body also became a little taller at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the old man's height had already increased by hundreds of feet. Compared to the current Xianxia, their bodies were like an elephant and an ant. There was no way to compare them. Body training technique, huh? Seeing this, Xianxia gently raised his eyebrows. His tone was somewhat surprised as he spoke. Xianxia had indeed seen quite a number of experts who trained their physical bodies. However, the person in front of him was only the second person who was able to unleash the strength of his physical body to such an extent. The first person was naturally the chief of the battle martial sect, Wuxia. "Xianxia, I heard that you are also a physical body cultivator. Unfortunately, it is ultimately difficult for you to achieve great things by splitting your attention into 3. We have focused on researching the strength of our physical bodies and have bitterly trained for hundreds of years. Today, the old me will let you experience the strength of our physical bodies." Following the change in his body size, the old man's voice also appeared to have an additional deep and overbearing tone. Each word that was spat out seemed to cause the entire place to tremble slightly. Such strength could really be described as terrifying. "Cuckoo, in that case, please." Faced with the old man whose words were overbearing, Xianxia's reaction was much simpler. He stood sideways with his left hand behind his back. He merely extended his right hand with his palm facing upwards. From the looks of it, there was indeed some disdain. "You're courting death." Seeing Xianxia's actions, the old man was instantly enraged. After so many years, Xianxia was the first person who dared to treat him in such a manner. However, when the yellow-robed old man saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. From the previous exchange between him and Xianxia's true battle strength was definitely not inferior to his. If this burly old man dared to show any disdain towards Xianxia, the outcome would probably be very miserable. Unfortunately, just as the yellow-robed old man was thinking about this, a huge fist had already landed in front of Xianxia. Seeing the huge fist so close to him, the smile on the corner of Xianxia's mouth became even wider. A dense white flame flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, Xianxia extended his hand and clenched it toward the huge fist that was about to land. Almost at the same time, a huge palm with a clear outline was also agglomerated in front of Xianxia. It grabbed the huge fist that was about to land in his hand. This palm, which still appeared somewhat illusionary, was clearly the body-tempering Do technique that Xiao Yan was gradually using. Strength Elephant Skill. Xiao Yan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. The wind that surged toward him automatically scattered before it reached him. The huge fist was restrained by the illusionary palm that was agglomerated from the Strength Elephant Skill. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's wrist suddenly rotated. Soon after, a palm was thrown out. At the same time, the body of the advanced 5-star Do D in front of him was also shaken until he repeatedly pulled back under Xiao Yan's palm. Chapter 8:15. The expression on the old man's face was both shocked and furious after he was forced back. He had never expected that he would actually be forced back by a little brat with his physical strength. This point really caused him to feel some disbelief. However, the truth was already placed in front of him. What could he do even if he was unwilling? Although the old man had the intention to attack, he was ultimately stopped by the 6-star Do D. Mr. Xiao Yan's strength is indeed as rumored. It cannot be judged by your cultivation level alone. If we want to know your strength, we can only obtain information from a fight. If the 9 of us were to attack you alone, it is likely that none of us would be able to subdue you. Therefore, do you plan to attack together? Xiao Yan smiled faintly and did not mind. This point was completely within his expectations. After all, it was just as this old man had said. With the strength of these 9 people, none of them would be able to defeat Xiao Yan alone if they were to attack him alone. The only way was to cooperate with each other and attack Xiao Yan together. Formation, 6 light star. Suddenly, the yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. Immediately, the 8 people beside him immediately obeyed the order. Each of them moved, transforming into rays of light that swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan. The 9 of them were divided into 2 layers. The outermost layer was led by 6 people. Each of them occupied a side and surrounded Xiao Yan in the form of a 6 light star. There were 3 people among the 6 people. They were the 6-star Do D level yellow-robed old man and the other 2 late-stage 5-star Do D level experts. There were 2 elite Do D standing dozens of feet behind these 3 people. They were constantly protecting the safety of the former. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of such a strange formation. His gaze swept over the 3 people around him. He gently clenched his hand and the enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white flame immediately climbed onto it, preparing to deal with the attacks of the 3 people around him at any moment. Attack! The yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. At this moment, the other 2 people also simultaneously mobilized the Do Qi in their bodies. With a clench of their hands, their weapons immediately appeared in their palms. Their bodies shook and the 3 of them transformed into rays of light that rapidly charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held the huge ruler in his hand. The turbulent and surging spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out at this moment. In an instant, the movements of the 3 people in Xiao Yan's mind had become much slower. This also allowed Xiao Yan to have the time to react. Xiao Yan did not show any mercy as he waved the enormous ruler. By relying on the overbearingness of the Force Elephant skill, Xiao Yan was able to easily tear the empty space apart each time he waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The powerful strength was able to bring about a pressure despite being a great distance away. Faced with Xiao Yan's overbearing attack, the 3 of them did not dodge. Each of them waved the weapons in their hands and heavily collided with Xiao Yan's huge ruler. Clang! After the attack, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. He quickly retreated a few steps and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Xiao Yan only felt that the moment he collided with the other party, whether it was him or the surface of the weapon in his hand, there was a layer of invisible shield that protected them. Most of the power of Xiao Yan's attack was offset by that layer of invisible shield. Could this be the hexagram array that they were talking about? Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. No wonder the 3 of them did not dodge his attack. It turned out that there was a reason. Qi! Just as Xiao Yan was thinking about this, the other 2 people on his left and right also brandished their weapons and slashed at him. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only temporarily choose to retreat. He brandished the huge ruler and blocked all the attacks of the three people. Xiao Yan's footsteps also kept retreating. In the end, he was actually blocked in an extremely narrow circle by the three people in front of him, causing him to be unable to advance or retreat. Damn it, I was careless. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. He did not expect these 9 people to have some ability. The 2 of them each protected one person, creating a protective shield that blocked the opponent's attacks to the greatest extent. As for the 3 people in the formation, they attacked the same person from different directions. In this way, they could attack and defend at the same time. It would be difficult for the opponent to break through the formation. Looking at the current situation, this was indeed the case. Xiao Yan's attack was blocked to the greatest extent. However, Xiao Yan was unable to treat the other party's attack as nothing. After all, these people were 5-star Do D and 6-star Do D. Their fighting strength was already extraordinary. If Xiao Yan relied on his own fighting strength, he would be able to fight against them. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to be careful. 6-joint body flowing ruler. Helpless, Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. The 6-joint body flowing ruler was displayed. Dense white flames followed the huge ruler's movements and turned into lines of fire on Xiao Yan's divine boat. In just a few breaths' time, countless lines of fire joined together. It was like an inverted bowl, firmly protecting Xiao Yan within it. The attacks of the 3 people were also temporarily blocked because of this. A joy involuntarily surfaced in the hearts of the 3 people around him when they saw this manner of Xiao Yan. This 6-light star formation was the sect guarding treasure of their battle sect. It had helped them block quite a number of enemies. It was unexpected that it was actually able to have such a miraculous effect when facing Xiao Yan. The 6 people behind him had all practiced the top chi methods of the battle sect. They were able to merge the Do Chi of 2 people together, causing it to become even stronger. The 6-light star formation's function was to merge the Do Chi of the 6 people once again. Combining 6 into 1, its strength would be multiplied. To the outside world, its strength would be multiplied. It was likely that even a 7-star Do D would have to avoid the Do Chi that was displayed by the combined strength of the 6 people. Unfortunately, the degree of cooperation between the 6 of them was far from reaching that level. Hence, they could only use this kind of defensive method at this moment. Even though this was the case, the result that they obtained was still extremely obvious. In the air, the 6 elite Do D faced each other. The Do Chi within the vortex within their bodies wildly surged out and wrapped around the 3 people in the arena. This caused all of Xiao Yan's attacks to be blocked. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared like a tortoise hiding in its shell. He did not dare to extend his head even a little, afraid that he would be killed by the sharp blade. On the other hand, the attacks from the hands of the 3 elite Do D became increasingly sharp. From the looks of it, it seemed that Xiao Yan's 6-joint body flowing ruler would be broken under their attacks soon. However, compared to the little excitement in the hearts of the 3 people, Xiao Yan, who was currently wrapped by the ruler's shadow, gradually became calm. Chapter 8:16. It must be said that this time around, Xiao Yan had indeed overestimated himself. However, it was also because of this that he realized his own inadequacies. Xiao Yan was still far from being able to rely on his own strength to face the strength of an entire sect. If he were to really challenge any of the 4 large sects with his current strength, his outcome would not be good. Fortunately, however, he did not do so. In this kind of situation, if Xiao Yan were to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm, he would naturally be able to break the formation of these 9 people. However, the troublesome thing was that the Great Heaven Creation Palm required a period of time to be unleashed. However, Xiao Yan was currently being held back by 3 elite Do D. He did not have any extra time to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Additionally, these 3 people were joining hands to suppress him. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have long since been defeated by the combined attacks of 3 high-class elite Do D. Hence, Xiao Yan could only be forced to be restrained by others for a short period of time. Xiao Yan was miserably blocking the attacks of the 3 people surrounding him in the air. The huge ruler was flipped and numerous dense white lines of fire agglomerated around Xiao Yan's body. The numerous lines of fire stacked and pieced together, forming a fire barrier. It was just like an inverted bowl that barely blocked the attacks of the three people around Xiaoyan. Clang, 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 clang. This kind of fierce attack continued for a long time. However, with Xiaoyan's strong fortress-like defense, the three of them were unable to break it within a short period of time despite their strength. This involuntarily caused the three elite dodis to knit their brows tightly together. With the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan's defensive strength was extremely frightening. No matter what tactics the three of them used, they were unable to truly break through Xiaoyan's defense. Moreover, the heavenly flame itself possessed an extremely frightening destructive strength. Each time they attacked, their weapons would be stained with some flames. As time passed, the energy film that covered the three of them became increasingly weak. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that they would have lost this layer of defensive strength before the dou qi in Xiaoyan's body was completely exhausted. We can't drag this out any longer. We have to end this quickly. The yellow-robed, old man warned in a solemn voice. At the same time, the other two advanced 5-star dodi also nodded heavily. Even the 6 elite dodi behind them also exchanged glances with one another. A thought passed through their minds and the dou qi within the vortex within their bodies began to wildly surge. Wave after wave of enormous pure dou qi surged out from the vortex space. It followed the qi method's route and swiftly circulated once before shooting out from the palms of the few of them. The powerful dou qi strengthened the energy film that covered the surface of the bodies of the 3 elite dodi. At the same time, the three of them also launched an even more ferocious attack towards Xiaoyan. The weapons in the hands of the three of them repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier. Flames shot out and the empty space shook. Circular invisible ripples continued to spread in all directions. Numerous deafening loud noises also sounded one after another. It was just like a wave of thunder, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble upon hearing it. Under the flames, countless number of ruler shadows flew out and blocked the attacks of the three of them. Xiaoyan, who was in the middle, had his eyes gently shut at this moment. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. After nearly 2 hours of intense collisions, Xiaoyan also discovered that although this so-called 6 light star formation possessed an extraordinary defensive ability and was able to provide an extremely strong defense for the 3 people within the formation at the same time, the 6 of them had used all of their dou qi to protect the 3 people in front of them. This caused the 6 of them to basically lose all of their means to protect their lives. In this kind of situation, if anything were to happen to the 6 of them, this 6 light star formation would also be broken. Of course, under normal circumstances with the combined attacks of 3 elite dodi, the people who were surrounded would naturally be unable to launch an attack on the 6 of them. However, the target of their encirclement this time around was Xiaoyan. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. His gently shut eyes also slowly opened at this moment. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. With the help of the 6-joint body-flowing ruler to block, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. Waves of dark black energy light spots gradually appeared in the empty space and swiftly agglomerated into a dark black tent behind Xiaoyan. This was undoubtedly the Great Way of the Void. Chi. Xiaoyan was distracted and naturally neglected the defense of the 6-joint body-flowing ruler. Immediately, the attacks of the 3 elite dodi around him abruptly advanced by quite a lot. The fire barrier that the 6-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated also swiftly weakened. It was even possible to vaguely see some of the scenes within. Haha, this fellow is about to be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this manner, the strong old man, who had been Xiaoyan's opponent earlier, immediately laughed wildly. His attacks became much more vicious. This thought also rose in the hearts of the other 2 beside him. Unknowingly, the attacks of the 3 of them had become even sharper. Each of their attacks was vicious. It seemed that they could not wait to shatter this heavenly flame barrier. However, that 6-star dodi could vaguely see that there was a black figure under the barrier that was separated from Xiaoyan's body. What is this? The old man's heart tightened slightly. He wanted to warn the 2 people beside him. However, it was also at this moment that the fire barrier that the six-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated suddenly shattered under the combined attacks of the three of them. A countless number of ruler shadows were instantly turned into fragments. The sight of the three of them also became clear at this moment. Through the fragments of the ruler shadows, the three of them could clearly see that a black tent that appeared like a wormhole was standing at the spot where Xiaoyan was originally standing. At the same time, they also clearly saw that a corner of Xiaoyan's black robe had entered the dark black tent when the ruler shadows were broken. In an instant, a faint spatial ripple was lifted around the tent. The expressions of the three of them also stiffened at this moment. Bang! Soon after, before the three of them could recover, the muffled sound of a heavy object colliding with a human body suddenly sounded. Only then did the minds of the three of them suddenly shake. By the time they recovered, they were just about to turn around and rescue the six people when a black figure suddenly charged toward them. The three of them were startled. They basically reflexively sent the black figure that was charging toward them flying with a blow. They immediately focused their eyes and took a look. Only then did they angrily discover that the black figure that they had sent flying was actually one of the 6 5-star Dodi. However, at this moment, he had first received a heavy blow from Xiaoyan. Now, he had been injured by one of his own. Although he did not die, he was already close to being seriously injured. Damn it, why is this fellow... Bang bang bang. However, just as the three of them had recovered, a series of explosive sounds resounded beside their ears. Immediately, numerous black figures shot toward the three of them at a strange speed. At this moment, the three of them no longer dared to randomly injure others. They received the few of them one by one. However, when it was the last person's turn, Xiaoyan withdrew the heavy Xian ruler. The expression on his face had also become unusually cold. Although he was not afraid of this 6-star formation, the existence of this battle formation was ultimately a problem. If Xiaoyan wanted to break this battle formation, the best method now was to kill one of the 6 people, causing them to be unable to form the 6-star formation. In this way, this battle formation would collapse on its own without being attacked and would no longer be able to do anything. With a flip of his right hand, Xiaoyan opened his palm. Taking advantage of the instant when the 5-star Dodi recovered, his palm heavily landed on the latter's chest. Heart-shattering palm. When the palm landed, the latter's body immediately shot backward uncontrollably. The human figure flew through the empty air and drew a beautiful parabola. At the same time, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from the latter's mouth. It was like a rain of blood that poured down. Seeing the human figure flying over, the expressions of the 3 people behind changed slightly. They were just about to step forward and catch him when Xiaoyan's raised right hand suddenly tightened. Explode! A low cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. At the same time, the chest of the elite Dodi who flew backwards suddenly exploded. Fresh blood spurted out. His entire physical body and even his soul were completely destroyed by this palm of Xiaoyan's. He could be said to be completely dead. Chapter 8:17. Xiaoyan only used an instant to finish off these 6 people. With the great way of the void in front, Xiaoyan did not need to pause at all. At the same time that he finished off one person, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared beside another person. Now that the 3 elite Dodi had completely recovered, the only people who were still standing steadily in the air were the 3 of them and Xiaoyan. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? The 3 of them were incomparably shocked in their hearts. No matter how they thought about it, they had never imagined that the 6 light star formation that they were most proud of would actually be broken by Xiaoyan so quickly. This was really shocking. On the other side, Xiaoyan coldly smiled when he heard this. This 6 light star formation was indeed extraordinary. However, in front of his great way of the void, it was full of loopholes. The 3 of you, do you still intend to continue? Xiaoyan crossed his hands in front of his chest and revealed a smile as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and 2 more tents were agglomerated in the air beside him. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of the Great Way. At a glance, they recognized the tents that Xiaoyan had displayed. However, it was also because of this that the three of them, who were originally quite afraid of Xiao Yan, did not dare to act rashly at this moment. They had personally seen the 6 5-star Dodi fall one by one in front of Xiao Yan. One of them had even died here because of him. In today's battle, their battle sect could be said to have been completely defeated. If they continued to be entangled like this, they could not guarantee what the outcome would be. If they were to accidentally throw themselves into the battle, that kind of outcome was something that they would not be able to accept. What should we do now? At this moment, that strong-looking old man also knit his brows tightly as he threw his gaze toward that 6-star Dodi. The sect leader was not present. Currently, only the latter could give orders. With the current situation of the battle, whether or not they should attack was entirely up to the latter to decide. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old man's frown deepened. The expression on his old face was as gloomy as water. His breathing had also become incomparably heavy. Xiao Yan's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had expected. Previously, the 9 of them were unable to defeat Xiao Yan even when they joined forces. Moreover, the latter had already broken through their 6-pointed star array. It would be even more difficult to suppress him. Now that he thought about it, he could only let Xiao Yan leave. Grand Elder, why don't we mobilize the rest of the sect and combine our strength? We'll definitely be able to stop Xiao Yan here. When the time comes, we'll just have to wait for the sect master to return. No. Before the words of the other 5-star Dodi sounded, the yellow-robed old man revealed a dignified expression as he denied it. The entire sect's strength? You want my battle sect to use the entire sect to stop Xiao Yan alone? Even the 9 of us Dodi were unable to trap him. Do you think that with the strength of our entire sect, we would be able to successfully stop him with just our numbers? I think that you have become muddle-headed. The yellow-robed old man reprimanded. That person hurriedly shut his mouth when he heard this. He did not dare to say anything else. Let him leave. It was a long while later before the yellow-robed old man's face was gloomy as he spat out these words with great unwillingness. Grand Elder, but if the sect master returns, let's do it this way. I'll talk to the sect master. But now, we can't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. If we're not even willing to protect our own disciples, then are we still worthy of being elders? If the sect wants to prosper, us teachers are the most important part. We cannot lose the big picture for the small. The yellow-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he spoke with a deep expression. After hearing these words, the 2 old men beside him immediately revealed ashamed expressions. Over the years, although they were in the upper echelons of the sect, they indeed did not manage any affairs. As they grew older, they naturally enjoyed more leisure and even slacked off on their cultivation. As for the disciples in the sect, they could not be bothered with them at all. In their hearts, they did not care about their lives at all. They only felt that they were in the upper echelons of the sect and should be treated with respect by everyone. Only at this moment, after the words of the yellow-robed old man sounded, did they suddenly realize that the foundation of the sect was originally those disciples. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed worthy of being a dragon among men. After seeing you today, the old me also admires you greatly. Unfortunately, our positions are different and we are destined to be unable to be friends. Today's battle was lost at the combat sect. Mr. Please go ahead. After musing for a moment, the yellow-robed old man once again turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a smile. Finally, he opened up a path for Xiao Yan in front of the 2 people beside him. Although the 2 of them were extremely unwilling, they finally moved aside when they saw the stern expression on the Grand Elder's face. Cuckoo, looks like you are also a reasonable person. Since this is the case, I will thank you first. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands together and returned the greeting. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. The latter had a friendly appearance and Xiao Yan could not add insult to it. Although Xiao Yan's attack was vicious in the battle earlier, the combat sect still had the desire to kill Xiao Yan here. If one were to really talk about it, both parties were about the same. It was the pot calling the kettle black. Xiao Yan's body slowly flew forward in front of the smiling eyes of the yellow-robed old man. He passed through the three of them and headed west. Just as Xiao Yan was about to pass by the three of them, the expression of the other five-star Do Di suddenly became fierce. He ignored the yellow-robed old man's words to stop him and suddenly launched an attack at Xiao Yan. Bang! However, just as this five-star Do Di was about to attack, a fist instantly smashed into his abdomen. Although no Do Chi was used, that frightening force instantly scattered the Do Chi agglomerated within the vortex of this five-star Do Di. His body also flew back by 100 steps uncontrollably. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with a flushed face. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. "Cuckoo, looks like this elder of your esteemed sect does not wish for me to leave." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body had already returned to his original position. At a glance, it appeared as though he had never left that spot. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The expression on his face gradually became cold. His gaze shifted away from the five-star Do Di in the distance and looked at the yellow-robed old man. "Feng Zirue, come back immediately." The yellow-robed old man's expression was gloomy. His gaze instantly looked at the five-star Do Di as he cried out in a low and deep voice. The latter's heart immediately tightened when he heard this. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to launch such a sharp attack in that kind of situation just now. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to give Xiao Yan a heavy blow. He might even be able to keep the latter here. However, he did not expect that the ending would actually be like this. At this moment, the yellow-robed old man's heart was similarly filled with fury. In his heart, he thought, it would still be fine if this fellow had really injured Xiao Yan. However, from the looks of it, he did not even manage to gain the slightest advantage from his sneak attack. Was this not throwing away the face of his battle sect in front of so many people? His sneak attack had failed and he had even allowed the other party to turn the tables on him. If this matter were to spread, he would become a laughing stock. "Mr. Xiao Yan, please go ahead." Turning his head around, the yellow-robed old man quickly withdrew his emotions. The body under the yellow robe trembled slightly, indicating that his heart was not calm at this moment. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. It was as though he did not care at all. With a turn of his body, he instantly used the heaven art under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three people. After that, the yellow-robed old man turned his extremely gloomy gaze toward Feng Zirui. The expression on his old face was so gloomy that it was frightening. If he had the ability, he really wished that he could slap this fellow to death here. However, at this moment, what could he do to him? He was after all an elder of the sect. After letting out a long sigh, the yellow-robed old man waved his sleeves violently. He could only helplessly turn his head and leave.